this canvas bleeds, but it's my best. Ideas collide, a thunderous roar. They crack the ground and break the floor. Creativity is my superpower. Turning dust to gold in the final hour. I build a world with a single thought. No cage, just dreams. It's all I've got.
What's up, my loves and fellow creatives? We are ready to design for our Automizer, our 355, which is this memorial template here. And as I was going through this part and transitioning the Automizer from graduation to this memorial design, this is the part that many of you get stuck on when you have an Automizer and you want to change the design theme, right? So basically, you can take any template, any design that you have, and break it down to work with the Automizer. I'm talking about even things that you have designed or developed in Canva as well. So I want to kind of take you through some of the principles, because as I was going through this, sometimes I get a little tied up and I get a little stuck on what elements should go where, how I should incorporate them. So I figured I would show you this part before I go and apply it towards the products, okay? So as you can see here, or can you see, let me know in the chat if you can see the graduation. So this is the last Automizer, the 327. This is actually the 304 version, but we did 327, 304, and 125. All right, so what I'm going to do here, let me move my chat over off the screen here. All right, so the main things that you want to change as soon as you go into the Automizer is going to be the foreground and background. So for instance, for here, I'm going to turn on my auto select. And let me close this down for a second, save it, and show you how you're going to open it. When you get your Automizer file, it's going to say Automizer 355. That's the Photoshop file that you're going to open up. Don't worry about the links. The links will automatically update with it. Just open up the file here. And this is where you want to update all of your elements, okay? So I saved some to update here because I'm going to go through my process of what I think about when I'm designing for a particular project. Sometimes, of course, we're doing graduation or memorial, or maybe we're doing a birthday party. So some of those things will require slightly different ways that you're thinking about design, but the good part is most of them are going to require the exact same steps. And so all you have to do is just pre-think about what you want your elements to be before you move forward. Okay. I was also going to show you some tips and tricks. If we have some time, I'll show you some tips and tricks with AI that you can use to develop some of your elements, some things that you're looking to improve or update on your design, because a lot of times we'll have the basic elements, but if we're going to build other parts or other products, we may need a little bit more. For instance, we talked about yesterday or the day before, we talked about how we would use the elements to create, I told you, like a vertical corner. So I went ahead and created a vertical corner. I created a wreath with the same flowers. And then I created these little, we could call them corner pieces, right? A left and right corner piece there. And then all of this plays into how we're actually going to be able to design other products. So for the most part, I want y'all to be like 80% sure that you can design anything, because foreground and background works for about 80% of any product that you're going to design. If you're smart about how you design your foreground and how you design your background, which is how the templates are, that's exactly how you're going to be able to proceed through about 80% of your products. Now, some products will require you to take your pieces or your components and arrange them in a certain way. For instance, if you have a wide banner and a very tall or vertical banner, the layout's going to be very different for those. So that is why we have elements. So I can use the same elements that I use to develop my foreground design, and I could take some of those elements and combine them in order to create a vertical banner or a horizontal banner. For instance, if you're doing a grave blanket, the grave blanket is pretty much a vertical banner. So you're going to have to take some of your elements and rearrange them so that your design fits that particular product. And that is the whole point of the Automizer. That's the whole point of this auto design system. And it is a system. It's a product and a project to, well, it's a product to help you complete your projects. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and get along with showing you. Many of you have this question of, what parts to change and what to change them to. I just want y'all to keep this in mind. What you're doing here is prepping the Automizer. If from project to project, your prep work is very similar, then your prep work is your best work, okay? So for instance, I have some verticals here. We don't always use verticals, but when you're designing like the pants, or you're designing vertical banners, when you're going up and down a sleeve, you might use verticals. Whenever you're doing your archways, right? Remember the entry archways that you walk through? Most of the time, if you're going to put text, you're going to do some type of vertical text. So I did go ahead and change some of those out from the graduation design, but I wanted to leave some graduation things on here so you can think of, okay, well, what can I put there? What would I use for this, for this particular element? And then what happens is we'll go through some of the products that require some of these, and you'll see why it's necessary just to save some of these elements so that you can use them later. Also, those who are live in the Zoom class, feel free to ask any questions, because this is my time to help you all understand really how to set up the Automizer. Once it's set up, there are the tutorial videos over and over and over again of how to actually apply this and run it through. I feel like the best time that you're going to spend with the Automizer is your setup, making sure that you have the elements that you want in the ways that you want to create. All right. So I am also, just so you all know, doing the instant replay on Zoom. So you all will have that instant replay. But just for right now, chill with me. Ask questions if you feel like you're getting stuck with anything. But this is my time to help you all explore how to navigate the Automizer. All right. So as you can see, I'm going to show you the elements that I've already changed out, and then I'm going to show you how to change out elements. But the elements I've already changed out are the colors, Smart Color 1 and Smart Color 2. The foreground and the background, I'm actually going to change the foreground again, because you all know that this is, here, I'm going to turn on. So I have even updated even further the 355 template. I'm going to show you why. this is what I have to do in order to get my templates ready for the Automizer. I also want to anticipate, am I going to have any vertical text anyway? No, the vertical text is not necessary for my shirt design. However, it looks pretty cool to have vertical text. So I might think about doing that as a sleeve print or even as an alternative design, maybe on the program design. You can definitely imagine that. Okay. So what I'm doing here, and I'm going to show you all this from the Automizer, from the template itself. I want y'all to understand why I design templates the way that I do, because they fit in a way that even if you don't have an Automizer, you can design most things with the foreground and the background. But also it helps me pre-think out all of the text that I'm going to need, all of the elements that I'm going to need to build any product that I want to build, whether it be an all-over shirt, a backdrop, a banner, a grave blanket, basket wrap, etc. Okay, so the principle is exactly the same. So what I did here was I took the text that we did for the t-shirt here, right? So remember we did the first name, last name, the date in a just a brief forever in our hearts, right? So I took that text, I went ahead and put the .png at the end so that it would automatically generate it with our assets. And I also did y'all a solid with the 355 template. I actually PNG created the magic assets for every single flower that we created and put in here. So if you just wanted to put a certain flower in a design or whatever, it's in here. I also did a cluster for you all. So basically it will generate that cluster. I did a left and a right accent vertical corner for you all. And then you have the left and right wreath. And then you have the full laurel wreath. You have a background. And then you'll see there's some additional background style pieces, but you don't have to worry about those. Just worry about the main background for this, especially for the Automizer. All right. And then what you have the foreground itself. The foreground is the image, the photo, plus the flowers, plus the text. That is your foreground. You will use this foreground, and let me see if it'll give you a preview. Here we go. So you will use this foreground for about 80% of anything that you design. That's the whole point of why it automatically propagates that. I also did a foreground with no text. The reason why I did that is because sometimes this little foreground image without the text is pretty much perfect to use for things that you don't want any text on, or that you have to vary what the text looks like. So I want y'all to think about this. Let's say, for instance, you're doing the grave blanket, right? So we'll do a grave blanket. The grave blanket is a tall banner. So maybe you want to put the text here and then leave more text or more imagery down below, or maybe even do like a photo collage down below. Well, if you had all the words on it already, it may not work how you want it to work. So what I do is I pre-think all the ways that I will need my elements, right? And so I automatically have those completed as assets. And that's what that quote unquote magic folder that I tell y'all that creates your assets. I also do the same thing for the text. So in my mind, I know that we need her first name and last name, because I'll probably end up putting that other places other than just on the main design here. Any text that I'm using to build the message. So for instance, celebrating the life of. Well, celebrating the life of may go on the funeral program, but celebrating the life of may not go on the t-shirt. In the t-shirt, it may say forever in our hearts, or on the t-shirt, it may say in loving memory of. So I want to be aware of all those little pieces of text that I may need in order to complete my project. So here on the template, I also have, I'm going to take off the vertical text for a moment. And I'm going to show you the horizontal text. You don't need to put horizontal on your text. Most text that you will ever deal with is horizontal. But what I do here is I say, okay, what type of expressions am I going to use for whether it be the casket insert or the program? Like, what are some popular expressions? Now, I want you to know that you can use ChatGPT to do this as well. to help you come up with some expressions, especially some short ones that you can use for this type of project. So I have two of the most popular. The most popular, the number one most popular is In Loving Memory. It's uniform, it fits for any memorial purpose, and it is the top number one line that's used for memorial products, whether it be t-shirts or otherwise. So I have the words In Loving Memory here, and then Forever in Our Hearts, which is another very, very popular one. All right, so I'm going to go to, I believe I have a little ChatGPT conversation, and I'm going to show you how I create from now I'm still in my 355 template, y'all. Yolanda, I'll do the files after I'm done with the class, okay? So you won't be able to edit the Automizer while I'm doing it, okay? And part of what I'm showing you is editing the Automizer so that I can show you how to produce the results, okay? That way it keeps everybody focused on one thing and not, getting stuck doing something and not being involved in this part of the process. Okay. All right. So for instance, now, if you all have an expression that you want to see, you can put it in the chat. I have In Loving Memory, Forever in Our Hearts, Celebrating Her Life, Celebrating the Life of, and technically we have a short version of Celebrating the Life of, right? Always in Our Hearts is another popular one. Your wings were ready, my heart was not. So I want you all to tell me which expression you want to see here in the chat, and then I'll show you how to build that expression, and also if you want to change that out, where to save it inside of the Automizer. Gone but never forgotten. A Beautiful Life Remembered. That's one that I don't see often, but I think that one is very, very elegant. Remembered with Love. And then if we're looking for ones that specifically go with her name, of course, we also have Forever Love, Forever Remembered. I'm going through a list of some things here. All right, so I don't see any suggestions in the chat, so I'm going to go with Crystal. You chose the hardest one. Your wings were ready, but my heart was not. Now, this is a good one to do as an example because technically, you have to be good with typography in order to make that work. Now, if you're not good with typography, this is an excellent, yes, Crystal, you just had to do the toughest one. I don't know why, because we're extra, you and me both. So let me show you, if you didn't have me helping you right now, like figure out how it looks cute or how to do the typography, let me show you something, okay? I'm going to use ChatGPT to help me out, but I'm going to take my snipping tool here. Oh, as a matter of fact, hold on a second. Where was my snip? Okay, I'll show you that snip later. But that's where I wanted to show you where how you translate something that had nothing to do with the memorial, like it was a graduation design, and flip it all the way to a memorial design. I know it's the toughest thing in your brain to do. Believe it or not, it's the toughest thing in my brain to do. But once I get it done, once I get it translated, everything else is automatic. Everything else just flows. Okay. Oh, having gained an angel. Okay, hold on, y'all. We're going to do, how about this? Let's make a little list after this. Might as well. We'll make a little list. Let me grab your, okay, now y'all participating. Okay, now, see, I have to talk junk a little bit to get y'all fired up. Is that what I have to do? Okay, don't worry. Okay, so like I said, this is probably, and when I tell you it was the hardest part, like this is the part that makes me a little sleepy sometimes, makes me want to take a nap. It is the part that will hang you up. And I hate to say it, but it's just the text. The typography is not usually the fun part. It's not usually the pretty part, but we can make it that way, okay? So what I'm going to do here, I'm going to take a little snippet. And if you don't know that you have a snipping tool, just type in the word snip. and you'll find your snipping tool app. I believe Macs even have a snipping tool. Don't know if it's called Snip, but research that for your Macs. So I'm gonna take new, and I'm just gonna screenshot this real quick. All right, so forever in our hearts. And I'm gonna come over to my chat GPT, and I'm gonna tell it to create the typography for this project, for the words. And I'm going to put quotes, having gained an angel, gone but never forgotten, and your wings were ready, but my heart was not. Now, I am not going to do all of them at one time because I wanted to focus. If you give AI too much to do, it gets a little ADHD, but it doesn't expand very well. So it will give all the attention split between the ideas that you're giving it rather than put focus on one thing. So we're going to do having gained an angel first. I'm just going to delete that. And I'm going to include a reference here from my snipping. Just copy it again, paste it there. And I'm going to say using the same fonts and styling as the image attached. And I'm just going to keep it really simple. See what it does for me. Longer text, it should give me more lines, but we'll see. We'll let that cook for a second. I'm going to pull it over to the side while that cooks. Lord have mercy. Would you let, there we go. And my screen was not letting me make that smaller. Oh, it did just when I moved it over. It's okay. It's okay. Now I'm going to tell it that feel free to use more than 2 lines of text. Because that's the other thing, depending on how many words you have, like that's why I said the one that is harder is your wings was ready, but my heart was not. And I'll show you how I normally do that one. But if you're confused, like how you can, sort of use your typography, this can give you help. Also, you can tell it isolated on a white background, so it's not so worried about creating the background there. I'm gonna let that finish cooking, but I'm gonna show you without the AI what I'm typically doing here. So, for instance, the forever in our hearts, I'll take this, the forever in the our hearts. I will duplicate those layers. Now, what's gonna happen, because they have .png and PNG at the end, you're probably going to see this error, okay? Because there's a duplicate path. See that? When I duplicate something that has .png at the end, it creates an error. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the one that says forever in, and I'm going to tell it to be let's do, we said having gained an angel. So we'll do I'm going to put an angel in the, because you don't have to keep the top line script, bottom line solid or serif. I think an angel would look better with the script. And having gained, oops, I'm on the wrong one. Get out of there. And this one will be heaven gained. And then you'll see too what some of the problem is. Some of the problem is going to be that, I think I still have it on auto select. I do. So heaven gained, I'm going to move this part of the text higher. And then an angel. So using the same exact text that I had, and none of this text is directly onto my t-shirt, but when I'm designing my main template, my whole goal is to say, all right, well, before I bust up, this Automizer, let me bust down any part of the design that I think I'm going to need in order to build any product that I'm working on. So having gained an angel, I can determine. So for this one, I'm going to take the word "an angel." And yes, this is text. And if you're wondering why I start the thing off with text, it's so that all of my text is in one section when I do my magic asset folder. Okay. If I just put "an angel" here, celebrating, it would be all over the place alphabetically. All right. So just understand that there's a method to my madness. And if you just follow my madness and just trust my madness just a little bit, I promise it will make your life easier when designing any of the products that you want to design. All right, so an angel is here. Now I can close that up. And then this one's going to be heaven gained. So now I'm just going to copy the text here, go to the text of the folder, change that to heaven gained. Now I should not have any conflict. You see how my error folder disappeared? Because I don't have any .pngs that are repetitive now. Okay, so yes, I use this to duplicate to make my alternative text here, but I made sure that I changed the name of that .png section so that it won't give me errors. So if y'all ever ran into those errors when you have your magic asset folder, tap on the error. It will tell you what is duplicated. It'll tell you what's wrong. Okay, it'll open up in a little text file, and you'll be able to make your changes based on what it's telling you is wrong. All right, so that was easy enough, right? Let's see. I'm curious to see if our ChatGPT, I think we did a better job than ChatGPT did, to be honest with you. So now I'm going to tell it, I'm going to let it do. Your wings were ready, but my heart was not. And I'm going to put isolated on a white background. And use your best typography. Techniques. I'm going to give it a little more freedom on this one because it's not being that creative. I mean, it's doing it, but I mean, it's not doing much better than what I'm showing you right now, which is just duplicating and rearranging. So maybe we are the AI right now. All right, now here I have to tell you, so heaven gained an angel. So an angel is on here, but because it's very close to this edge, I'm going to bring it back a little bit because it is possible that it may have like part of the drop shadow or the outline of something that could be getting cut off if it gets too close to that edge. And then for the heaven gained, it's too wide. So what you have to decide here is, am I going to break this into 2 lines of text, or am I going to squish this up? So if I hold down shift, I can squish this to make sure that it fits inside of the other text. And typically that's what I do. I just make up in my head whether this text is going to fit or not. I do my built-in calculator math, which sometimes the built-in calculator is incorrect, and I'm talking about my brain, and I have to adjust. But you can see that, okay, most things here can be achieved with a couple of lines of text and some good old typography. Now I'm going to make this one a little bit shorter, and I'm going to hit shift and make this text shorter because I stretched it out, or I squished it in to do in loving for memory. If you look, my in loving is squished in. I don't know if you could tell, but it is. So now when I put an angel, I can unsquish it And then I feel like that looks a little bit better. Now, here's the thing. This is on you. What you feel you need, what you feel looks good, okay? So we got celebrating the life of, having gained an angel, forever in our hearts, and loving memory. Like I said, one of the hardest ones to do is going to be your wings were ready, my heart was not. And let me see if our chat GPT, and it's probably your wings were ready, but my heart was not. Now, I actually like the typography that it came up with here because it's not focusing on the text that we gave it specifically, and because it's not focused on that background. I feel like it did a little bit better, right? Now, this is what you can do. You can take this as it, and let's put your wings were. I'm just going to ask it, is this grammatically, hold on, why am I typing? Is this grammatically correct? If not, I want you to correct it. Because what's the point of AI if it can't tell us when we spell something wrong, when we're saying something wrong, etc. Right? Oh, I thought it pushed it through. Hannah, that's fine. You can actually leave 355 open for the next couple of weeks if you want to, because I'm going to, all the stuff that I'm adding right now, I'm going to replace the 355 file with this, because this is basically the master file that'll have all of the additional text and all the things that we're coming up with for today. So basically, you all are helping me co-create, and the more you help me, the bigger your resource will be. Okay? Cool, cool. All right, so let's see. What was I showing you? My apologies, loves. I was reading a message. Your wings were ready, but my heart was not. So the main corrections changing was to were. So I thought that, but because I wasn't sure. All right, sounds good. So now your wings were ready, but my heart was not. Okay, so change the graphic, please. It's going to take its time and make that. Now, if I want to make this special for, I'll wait till it gives me the proper one, even though it's taking too long. Come on, come on. I'll let it finish making that, but what I'm going to do is take all of my horizontal text. I'm going to move it up. And then let me take my vertical text here. I'm going to keep it all over here on the left side. Right. I'm going to squish this and loving down a little bit. All right. So this should kind of give you some additional ideas as well. But I just want to make this 355 template resource as thorough as it can be, so that you can hit the ground running with any of your memorial projects. And I could even show you how you can convert this to a graduation project, how you can convert this to even a bridal shower or baby shower or even a wedding project. Like any of these templates, I promise you, are not solely for the purpose that or for the theme that it was designed for. And that's the whole reason why I want you to break out of that. I need a template for each project. Really and truly, if you can master a couple of templates, you can design for any project. All right. The 355 Automizer isn't available yet, Lisa, but the 355 template, I gave y'all a draft of it. But I would even wait for that because whatever I'm doing now, I'm going to give you all the updated version of the 355 master template that I'm making right now. All right. But I want you to understand what I'm doing, even when I given a simple template. So you can take any template that we've already done and you can make it a master template, just like I'm showing you right now. So the master template for me not only makes my magic PNGs, right? My magic asset folder by me putting .png at the end, it also helps me create the different words and the different typography that I may need for other parts of my project. Okay, so that's what I'm literally showing you. The prep work is your best work. I can take you straight to the Automizer, but what I realized, even when I was flipping this Automizer, this is what y'all tell me is the hardest part. Like, oh, well, what do I put in these different sections? And how do I know what words to put here? And how do I know, like, you know, what elements to include on a yard sign versus a wind spinner versus a grave blanket, right? So that's what I'm going to spend my time showing you today, because I feel like that's most important. If you understand that, then the Automizer itself works the same way as all the Automizers before, including the last, I think, 3 or 4 that we did live demonstrations of. Okay. All right, so I move that up so that I can do, like I said, the hardest one. I'm going to take the one that's heaven gained an angel. Let me take the word angel. So this is how I do it. I'm going to take the heaven gained and an angel. Actually, if you wanted to duplicate them one at a time, you can, because you can change the name when you do that. That way you avoid getting the error. So if I take heaven gained and I duplicate that group, it's going to say, what do you want to name it? And we go back to my graphic here. Your wings go on one line, but that's going to be the one that's going to be the script. So I'm going to name this, we're ready. Then I'll go to the text here. So I can go in reverse to we're ready. All right, so I'm going to take we're ready and just hold down shift and I'm going to drag it down here. So where it says an angel, I'm grabbing that one. This one I'm going to duplicate it like I did last time. It's going to give me an error. Why? Because these two have the same exact title plus the PNG at the end. But I'm going to take this one, drag it down. I'm holding down shift. This one's going to say your wings. Then I can hold down Alt, click, and drag and make another copy. And then I have the we're ready, and I can make another copy of that. Now, it's going to be a whole lot of errors here because remember, I have the title of this .png the same as the previous. So let me go ahead and get my reference here. Oh, look at this. This is pretty. Do y'all see this? The shortcut to duplicate the layers is you hold down Alt. If you're on a Mac, it's Option. You hold down Alt, and then when you press to move it, when you go moving it on the screen, it'll turn into double arrows and it will duplicate. Other thing you can do is just right click and then hit the word duplicate. Okay, those are the shortcuts for that. All right. So this might end up being a whole back design. I didn't even think about that. Ooh, let me help you out make a back design then. All right, so the way that this is, because it's so tall, I would do this as a back design. Now, let me ask you this. Do y'all want me to show you how to make this into a back design, or would you rather just make the quick text like I've been making? And like I said, yeah, oh, Crystal, of course. Let me see. It's got to be more than Crystal to make me work. So let me see. Do y'all want to turn this into a back design that I put inside of the 355 master template? Okay. So if I make this into a back design, basically I'll make it into a back design like the foreground, but I'll remove the foreground and this will be another element inside of this template. All right. So I got two more. It's not, if it's not too much, no. Okay. All right. So this is precisely what I would do for a back design. So let me do this then. Where I have the foreground PNG. I'm going to turn that off for a moment. And right now, I'm just going to focus on taking that text here, all of that beautiful text we just created. And so is this an angel, that an angel? And put this one with this one. And I believe all of these, 1, 2, 3, 4. So we have 4 lines of text here. I'll take those, let me group them. And I'm going to call this your wings were ready. My heart was not .png. Now, while I'm designing, let me, it's not showing you the full top of my menu here. Let me pull it down a bit. I want y'all to see what I'm clicking on at the top of the menu here. Come on, buddy. There we go. The Zoom Live is definitely something that draws resources from your system. So y'all forgive me if you see a little lag going on here. Yep, absolutely, Yolanda. And I'm actually going to show you that process. And the reason why I'm going to show you, I almost never show y'all how to like make the actual template. But the reason why I need to show you how to make it is because for different caskets, when they send you the dimensions of what they need the wrap to be, whether it's a child size, adult size, or they even have like super capacity size, like wider sizes and that sort of thing, you may have to edit that based on the type of casket that you're doing. So, yep, absolutely. And for that one, yeah, oversized. Yep, you're right, Lisa. That's what it's called, oversized. So for that one, I think that it's important to know like the basics of how it's designed, but also, hey, do I need to make my background a little wider? Do I need to allow for a little more room for text or allow for less room for text because maybe it's a child size casket? I just want you all to, have those things in your mind, because what the Automizer does is give you the basic layout for the base model. And then you may have to make some adjustments. You may have to make some alternate edits in order to make it work for other size products. Okay. All right. So let me do this. Your wings was ready. Heart was not. Real quick. Now, I'm going to tell you like this. You can just download this, upscale it, and use it as is. Okay. However, also how to show you how to make it do what it do. Now, first thing is you want it to stay inside of this main area here. And I want to turn off, while I'm editing, I want to go to my file, automate, go to my generated plugins. I want to turn off my image assets and then go ahead and save. Now, in order for this to work, you need to turn off your image asset, save, and sometimes you have to open the project back up because it will still be trying to save your image assets. Just letting you know, it uses up more resources as well. It slows down your computer when you have that check mark on. I just made sure the check mark was off. When the check mark is on, that's what creates your magic assets folder from the template. All right, so for here, I'm going to take my first set of words here, and I'm just going to do the word heart. Just following the guidelines over here, heart. Okay. And then I need one that says wings. So also remember what I said, change the .png because you may just want the word heart by itself. Don't know. Now, when you're doing a composition like this, you're probably not going to have the heart.png. But I'm going to show you how you can do it. So take that text, replace it with heart. And the next script text is wings, and it actually has your and wings. So let's put this one as wings. And then also I'm going to check to see if that W has a different glyph. If you check here with your character, you have glyphs. If you don't see glyphs right here, go to window, then make sure glyphs is turned on. So glyphs is off right now. Boom, turn it back on. Okay. So what I want to see is there different ways the W could be? And there are. There's fancier starts to the W here. Do you see that? So if I tap on this one, it's got this little hook here. This one has an extra curly front hook, right? So I have two different W's, capital W's that I can use there. You also have, these are called swashes. So you have these swashes for your in text. So this is different ways that you can use text based on, you know, what fonts you download and if it has variations to go with it. I'm just showing you, you probably don't even really look in here. We did a few classes showing you how to use these additional swashes, but I just want you to remember that this is where these type of details are whenever you're working with these fonts. Okay, so for that one, I just got a little bit different W with an extra swirly there. But if I want to change it back, just click on, well, let me see. Give me my regular W back. And double click on the regular W there. Wait a minute. Here, let me, oh, I guess it didn't lock in. Let me double click on the text. I like the extra swirly W, but I feel like when I put that your there and the Y has a swirly, then it's going to be too much. All right, let me go to my character. Okay, so this, it had the additional swash turned on. I just had to turn it off to get it back to my regular W. Stressing me out a little bit. All right, so that's wings. Let's see. Now I want to show you, you can do, if something is the exact same, you can put like wings and heart in here. Let me show you that. Duplicate layer. I'm just going to say okay. So everything that's supposed to be purple and script, I can put in one folder. If I can spell heart correctly, H-E-A-R-T. And that way, this one I can change to your, and I can make this one different color. All right. Okay, so now I'm going to take your, Drag it right here. My smart colors aren't in the right place, but that's okay. I'll fix them. My whole point is I'm using this as a layout tool. Now, can you upscale this and use this exactly as is? Absolutely. However, if I want to use this as a backdrop, like I wanted to say your wings are ready, but my heart was not. If I absolutely wanted to print that as a backdrop, my best suggestion is for you to go ahead and just recreate the text, because somebody asked me to make it a backdrop. I think this is important for you all to know. So I'm going to make sure that my colors here, 1, 2, 3, 4. Make sure my smart colors covering the entire page here. There it goes. And now I'm going to take the word wings. Let's move that. Make it a little bit larger here. Now, when you're dealing with typography, you are resizing text, stacking text, overlapping text, seeing what's legible and what's not. Like, for instance, my G is over this were. So I probably will have to make the were on top of the wings in order for that not to happen. But we haven't even gotten into that text yet. We're just going to go ahead and do the heart now. And keep this in mind, this is still part of our Automizer prep work. Why? Because what I'm teaching you is that in order to flip the Automizer, you need to know what's going on in your front of your shirt, what's going on the back of your shirt, what are the extra pieces of text that you need to do those vertical banners or the grave blankets or the casket wrap, that sort of thing, okay? So this is what I usually figure out by myself first, and then I just include it in the Automizer. But because so many of you are, telling me, okay, the hardest part of the Automizer for me is figuring out what to flip things to. And I literally will tell y'all, y'all be like, oh, well, can you do me a 227 Automizer? And I'm like, yeah, but you can do it. If you understand the principles of the Automizer, you can literally flip the Automizer that you have now, your 355, into any other design. Okay, so that's what I'm pretty much showing you now. Okay, this is going to be the back design, the templated back design of 355 4 that you can place into the Automizer. Okay. All right, so heart, I got all my script words here. And let me change the text here. This is heart and wings. And I'm not even going to put PNG at the end of these, because it's taking up extra effort for it to make those individual PNGs when we don't need them like that. Because this is a combined graphic. Now, I do make these individual PNGs because I may use those as vertical text somewhere. This you pretty much would only use as a collective design. And then we can figure out the colors and everything here too. And I always have the option after I generate it, if I think that I wanted to create the PNG in my Magic Asset folder, then I just put .png at the end. All right, so we've got your wings and heart. All right, so now I'm going to go in with the word and see how I use these little accent images. And remember, when we created our AI generated images for our design packet, remember we created some of these decorative elements. Now it seems like those things would come in handy for the text graphics. All right, so this one says we're ready. So I'm going to do the word were. Now I can unsquish this. And if you look, I double click on the T here. There we go. No, actually, it's not showing me that it's stretched out, but I'm going to go ahead and stretch it out. So I'm not going to double click on it. I'm just going to regular click on it so that I can stretch it out. If I hold down shift, you see I can stretch it out there. And I can add spacing. So here the word were looks more legible because it's smaller, but it also has more spacing. So instead of -50, I can put 0. That's going to give it regular spacing. But this to me looks like it has more than regular spacing. So I'm going to put 100. You see how it spaced it out more? Put more space between the letters. That looks about right to me. Then I'll resize this. Now I'm not holding down shift now because I don't want it to squish it or stretch it out. I want it to have that same ratio. I just want it to be a little bit smaller. And I'm just straightening out my colors here by selecting all and then making sure that it's centered on the graphic here. Now, like I said before, I don't have to have a separate folder for Word. I'm going to take off. So this will be Word and Ready. But I won't have a .png at the end. So I have the word Word. I'm directly selecting on the word Word. Now y'all ask me how to duplicate. One way we can duplicate is a right click, duplicate the layer. And I don't change the title when it pops up. I double click on the T and it will automatically change the whole layer to whatever word that I type. So I'm going to put but. No, this one is going to be was not. Okay. Y'all, this is almost doing exactly what ChatGPT did, but going to give me a higher resolution version of it. Now, the but my is going to be a different color, right? So that's when I would duplicate this whole folder, duplicate that group, because that one's going to have a different color. That one's probably going to have the purple, right? So I'm going to take the purple there. Alt click and drag so that this one will have the purple color overlay rather than the peach color. And then this one, I only need one line of text. In the line of text, I'm gonna double click on that T and put but my. Now it could be but my heart was not, or but our hearts were not. Right? So just depending on how you need to, but now you have the editable version of it. You can type it and make it whatever you want. All right, so but my seems to be a little bit smaller. And it also may not have the same spacing there, but we'll check and see. No, it's got the same spacing pretty much. It's a little bit smaller. All right, so were, but my, was not. Now we need the word ready. All right, because ready is a different color. And I am going to make ready and but my be the same color. Why? Because I'm making a template, and the simpler I can make this, the better. So I will alt click and drag. So you see how when I hit alt, you see how it turns into a double arrow before I click and drag? That lets me know I'm making a copy and not moving my original. And then I'm going to put the word ready here. Boom. Make it bigger. And this one does look stretched out a little bit more. And then there's a comma for punctuation. So let me add my comma. Okay. Now let's see how this is all coming together. And turn off my draft here. Your wings were ready, but my heart was not. So but mine needs to go on top. And this one is going to be ready, but my. I want that to be on top. Boom, boom, boom. Now I have to look at this. I know ChatGPT gave me some suggestions, but this is where you can use your discernment, your eye. I feel like word needs to go up just a little bit more. It needs to be on top as well. I'm going to bring that up just a little bit. So the R isn't touching the big W. Also, I'm looking at whether my image is centered in this little rectangle here that designates where my print safe area is. Then move that over a little bit. And then I can get rid of that whole folder there. There we go. And absent of like a few accents here, we do have that little scroll heart there. We can put a wing right there. So what we can do is tell ChatGPT to isolate the wing on a white background. And then we learned how to do this during our AI Create-a-thon for the 355 AI Create-a-thon. Remember, we did all of this before, so this is nothing new. So isolate the wing on a white background as if for stock art, clip art. And that should work on giving us that. Now these extra elements here are a little janky, so I don't want them. However, we already created some. If you all remember, we did that during either our 354 or 355 build. Now we're showing you how to build from scratch. We did some gold decorative elements. So we do have this heart here. So I'm going to duplicate it, but I'm going to take the PNG off. Why? Because I don't want the issue telling me that it's another PNG somewhere. So I'm going to pull that up to the top here, just above the do not resize or move, because these are your pieces you don't want to mess with. Okay. If there's something I like here, like this little heart with the gold elements, if I like it, then I'll create a copy of it, duplicate it, take off the PNG. So all you have to do is take off the PNG and then pull that one above here so I can use it. I don't have a wing, so that's why I'm creating a wing right now. But I do believe I can use these little hearts to do what else I need to do in this project. All right, so closing that up. Let's see if our wing is ready. Awesome. And it's even got like a gold and the pink in there. I think that looks really cool. So I'm going to download that. Boom. And then if I'm going to use it as an element, check this out. I'm going to pull it into my do not resize or move. This will be, I'll make a new folder. I want it to lay down right here. So I'm going to open the image first, clean it up, and then save it as a PNG, just like we did before. The whole time that we were creating this template from scratch, y'all, I was showing you all of these steps. Now it should be making a lot of sense and clicking like, oh, that's why we learned how to do that. This is pulling all of the things ready in order to get, to get your bag design that you need for your Automizer, to get your individual elements, to save those elements as .png so that they will automatically generate with your assets, all of those things. All right, so now I'm just going to do a remove background here. That looks good. Doesn't look like it took anything off crazy. So I'm just going to call this Angel Wing. Right click, quick export as PNG. I'm going to put it just in my downloads real quick. Close that out. I don't need to save it. And go here to my downloads. Now that's the one with the PNG. See how this one has all that extra space around it? You ask me, well, why didn't you just save the original one? Well, I like to save it as its own PNG after I cut the background out so that it doesn't have all that extra stuff around it. So when I pull it in, it is the exact size of the image. It doesn't have all that extra white stuff around it, okay? Now, in order for this to work, what I do for all of my accents and elements, I'm gonna go Control T to check the size of it. And this one, I'm just gonna make sure that it's at least 12 inches tall, and that's all I needed to be is 12 inches tall or wide, whichever dimension is the largest. All right, then I hit enter. Now I can put .png at the end. And let's see if it gives me an angel wing in my assets folder. Angel wing right there, okay? So that's how you create those additional elements that you need. And look, it's already doing your wings was ready, but my heart was not. And we're not even finished with it. All right, so I have my wing here. I have my PNG version of it. I'm going to duplicate that layer, turn off that .png, and bring it up here. So now I have all the elements without messing with my do not resize or move, okay? So I'm going to take this element now, bring these three on top of my little horizontal text. I'm just bringing all of my pieces up that I'm working with right now so I can see them. And let's start with the wing itself. Put it into place. Make sure that I'm staying inside of my safe area for printing. All right, and I'm going to replace that heart with this one. And this heart, where is it? Turn the eyeball on. All right, now I'm going to turn off my idea image so I can get to work. Oh, this one did not clean up too well. Let me go back to it. I know why, because we aimed to go back and clean all of these up. I'm just kind of crudely cleaning this up a little bit. All right, it's a little bit better there. Now, if you really want to clean that up, you would do it the way that we did in class when we upscaled it in AI, removed the background and turned it into a design element. All right, so I'm going to take all of this now, bring it out of this horizontal text. And I'm going to activate just for purposes of visualizing how this fits on my 13 by 19. I'm going to turn on the 13 by 19 clipping mask here that we created. All right, and those wings don't look my same color pink, so the actual wing itself, angel wing. I'm going to take my smart colors, click and drag. You know what? Let me undo that because I want the smart colors and the levels. I'll click and drag that above my wing, create a clipping mask to the wing. Instead of overlay, I'm going to put these onto color. Turn on my levels there. And then I can decide whether I want it to be the purple or the peach color there. I can also put this on hue if it had like some black and white that I wanted to keep, but I think color is good here. Double click on the levels if you need it to darken or lighten. That's it. All right. I'll probably put a soft glow around either that or a stroke. Probably a soft glow around this. And we'll do an outer glow here because the word "were" is kind of touching that G a little bit. I'm gonna go with the outer glow on normal. And bring the opacity down just a little bit. And the idea is that it just makes it stand off of the background just a little bit so it's more legible. And this is my angel wing. And I'm going to place this behind the word wings. Oops, I forgot to bring all that with it. I'm just going to call this wings image since I did recolor it. All right, beautiful. So now it's not covering that up. And I do need to bring it in because it is technically outside of my print safe area. There we go. All right, so I don't want to spend too much time on this. We're about there, but knowing me, I would play with this just a little bit more. However, I don't want to focus on building this back design more than we're focused on preparing things for the Automizer. So that on the outside there, that looks better. Or it was not. I think the stroke on the outside, I think looks better for the smaller text instead of in the center. Now that one did look better, so I'm gonna leave that one alone. All right, thing else. This soft glow, I'll probably also put on this heart. And I'm just going to add an effect and just do an outer glow. And let's increase that spread size. You can also deal with the range here to get either a softer or a harder outline. And what I'm going to do is copy this layer style. Then I'm going to clear it because I want to apply that glow to the entire group. of the your wings were ready, my heart was not. Okay. I'm gonna turn it off so that when it creates a PNG, it won't have the glow on it. But for me, I may need that glow not to be here, because it's throwing it off down here, but it's doing fine up there. Turn off the outer glow. All right, so this is about there. I probably would play with this gold accented heart just a little bit here. And place it down below my text. And rotate it just a little bit. I'll click and drag a copy of it, make a little bit smaller one, rotate it over here. Just to give that a little bit of balance there. Now, if I wanted to be fancy, then I would probably go get some different versions of the hearts and use in these locations, but we want to wrap this part up. The effect that I use is actually multiple effects on there with the gold outline. When I give you here, let me show you this. When you have the file, when you have this template, you can go to the word your. If you like how it's styled, there's two different effects in there. There's text effects on the word your, which has a stroke just to make it a little bit thicker. And then there's a text effect on the folder for the text, which gives it the bevel and emboss and the gold, all of that. Watch this. Double click on that FX. Okay. Go up to styles, hit new style. And then you can call this the gold, or you can say glitter with, or glitter and gold trim. And I usually take off add to my current library because then that makes it access the cloud. And boom, I just saved it, right? So now I can take that and use it in a different template. This is how I like reuse some of my my effects and styles from different templates, right? Because sometimes I'll combine different styles from totally different templates and create a new look. Okay. Good question. All right, so that's it, y'all. I showed you how to do the simple creating of the text, having gained an angel, right? And now let's go back to what we need to prep the rest of the Automizer. Disable that layer mask so and turn everything back on. Now this text all by itself, your wings are ready, my heart was not. This will create its own PNG. And is not included on the 355 design. So this is its own thing. So if you wanted to use this as a back design, you absolutely can. Now let me make sure the wings image, it should be inside of that, but it wasn't. So let me make sure. Okay, and then let's check our PNG. Let's check our design, y'all. We got some errors here. Okay. It had a comma in there for ready. Your wings are ready. Let me check that. Okay. It just has a comma in there, so it should be fine. All right, let me go ahead and save while I'm working. I still feel like wings and were give me a little trouble here. So what I may end up doing, I'm gonna have to do my own thing because the way this design was suggested, it's kind of giving me some trouble. So let me see if I can make a little more space where were does not interfere so much with the word wings. Here we go. And then here for ready, I think I want to use my lighter pink color. Let's see what looks better there. Right, and my blend mode is on color. Remove that gray so I get my glitter there. And then I can add a levels here if I want it to be a little bit lighter. Here we go. And then I'm going to put the but my with the wings and heart because I want that to be darker. And I may just have to put but my in its own thing because where's the word? But my. I think I do want but my darker. I'm going to take the same copy, the layer style from this one, put on the folder for but my, paste the layer style. But because I want it dark, I'm going to apply this to the top of that folder. Group it one more time because I want it on top of everything. I don't want it to have a gold outline. And then for this one, instead of overlay, I'm going to choose color. Little levels above that. And I want my darker color. There. Now I said I wasn't going to do all of this, but it's just bothering me. It's not standing out. And fill type is color. Overprint blend mode is going to be normal. Let's bring that down. We have a drop shadow on here. I need to remove. Okay. And now if I don't want that white to be stark white, I can bring down the opacity. There we go. All right, I feel like I would play with that a little bit more, but we got to move on. So I want to say that this is finished, but y'all know me, I would probably tweak that just a little bit more so that it would be more final. And the way that I test it is I flip it to a whole nother colorway, a whole nother basically design. So let's say I have this female model template, I'll flip it to a male model template, and maybe his colors are, you know, slate blue and dark green or olive green or something. And then I would basically flip the template to that colorway and that theme. That way I could see, do my elements really translate? All right, so I think I'm good with this one. I'm gonna leave it alone, y'all. This heart right here. Give me that heart. Yeah, there. I feel like I got a little too much empty space here. And I want that to be below my wings. Okay. All right. Now I'm saving this. We're done with that back image, but this is good because then you're going to see how it all comes together when we put it inside the Automizer. All right, so our reference image, I'm going to drop that inside the reference folder just so y'all can see. We've been using AI this whole time as references to build certain designs, build components, etc. So I have that in there. All right, just closing down some of these windows that opened up. Close down. There we go. All right, so that's going to be one of our back designs. I'm not going to call it back design because right now it's just basically an additional design that gets created here. Now, whether I have these eyeballs off or on is still going to create inside of my Magic Assets folder. So I'm going to turn the eyeball off. I got all the horizontal text that I think I might need. Close that up. For the vertical text, I just did 2 vertical texts because I only really have on my Automizer. I only have a couple of places for vertical text. I just thought that it was important to have some vertical text placeholders because I realized as we were designing certain things, it did require some vertical text. Now, I do have one place where this 2026 is where I can replace and do a vertical text there. So what I may do is just like a rest in peace. So I'll take the word in loving. Again, I'm going to duplicate this entire group. It's going to give me an error when I do that until I change the name of it, but I'm double clicking on in loving and I'll do rest in peace, Peace. And then I can double click on the title here, copy that, double click on the title for the text. And the reason why it has V in front of it is because it's vertical. So it's going to put all my vertical text in one place when I sort alphabetically inside of my asset folder. And that's the reason why I lined it up like this. So all the vertical text will have the V in front and be in the same place in my folder. All right, let's check and make sure that it made my vertical text. I'm going to refresh here. There it is. Rest in peace. There we go. So now, working on my Automizer, I'm going to go ahead and show you how to change out the foreground and background. So foreground, I'll double click. And let me slow down just a second. Make sure you turn on your auto select when you're working in the Automizer elements, because it's going to make it easier to select your little pieces. So if I wanted color 1, I select there. If I want the foreground, I select here and see how it's automatically taking me to this layer. Now, the only problem is, let's say I want this in loving memory, and then I want to select the in loving memory below it. Sometimes I'm too close and see how it's turned into a bendy arrow. When that happens, click somewhere in the white space to get away from it, and then go back and click on the one that was close. Okay. So I'm just zooming in a little bit so you can see what's going on. This is not high resolution at all. The whole point of this is to be a keeper of your elements. This is an element keeper, okay? So I'm going to click on the foreground here, double click on the thumbnail for the foreground. And because I changed it to where it's just first and last name rather than her first, middle, and last name, that is probably more common to do first and last name. But of course, you see you have that option regardless. So I'm going to do the new foreground. It has a first and last name. Now, whenever you place something in the Automizer in these PNGs, for the placeholders, you cannot have multiple layers. So you have to delete the old layer. Then you can save, Control S. Then you can Control W to close out. And now that image is updated. I want you to do that for the most essential parts, which are the colors, foreground, background, okay? Those are your most important pieces. Then you would go in and basically, how did you create your foreground? We have the in loving memory that's curved. I also created an in loving memory that is straight. That's inside of the 355 template. So let me turn on my foreground, turn off the vertical text now, since we're done with that for the moment. All right, and I don't have anything for this third line, but if this is something where I want to keep, like for instance, maybe there's a piece of text that that I want to include here. Maybe it's the rest in peace, because maybe in love and memory, forever in our hearts, we already got those. If I want to keep the rest in peace one, then I can use that as a placeholder here for this text 3. Now, the issue is I don't have a horizontal rest in peace, so I would have to go create it. And this is why I'm saying it's important to have your template open, make all of these adjustments, then you save your template. You have all of these things that are editable in the template, but once you bring them over to the Automizer, they're just PNGs. That's why it's able to just rock and roll. So let's say, for instance, I'm going to take the an angel, maybe. All right, and then let's duplicate that one. Double click on the text, rest in peace. Now I don't put horizontal because our text is horizontal by nature. So if it doesn't have the vertical or the V on it, I already know that it is horizontal text. All right, I'll double click on the rest in peace title here, copy that, change the title of the text folder. All right, and now that, bring it to the top here. I'm just gonna move it down so I can see it better. Oops, gotta have auto select on. So I have to turn auto select off if I don't want it to guess what I'm trying to move. There we go. So now I have the words rest in peace. Let's see, do I have it in my assets folder? Still talking about that comma. Here we go. There it was going. It's creating my assets over again now. Here, no, that's the vertical one. In loving memory. I'm looking for rest in peace. There it is. Okay, so now I can take that congratulations, double click on it, and change out that to be my rest in peace. Okay. All right, so I'm gonna save, Control S, Control W. And I've already done this for the other text. Basically, this is the text that's at the bottom of the image here. This is the text at the top most of the time. And then this is usually text that may be on the back of the shirt or other places that you may use it. So these are just holders for your text. So I use the In Loving Memory and the Forever in Our Hearts. You can change them to whatever you want. And then you also have some additional spaces here. If you have nothing to put there, you can leave them as is so that you know that something can go there. But if it bothers you to see this on here, like if we have nothing to put here and it bothers you to see something there, then put something there as a placeholder, or you can go inside of there, make it blank by just adding a blank layer and then deleting the previous layer. That way, when I save and close out, it's blank now. You'll just have to know that you go into the layers to see that you can add something to that. All right, so I'm going to do that for this 2026 here as well. Show you that step again. Just add a blank layer, delete the previous layer, save and close a window. That way that stuff won't be bothering you. Now for this 2026, I said I was going to put the rest in peace vertical there. So I'll look for that. There's the vertical version. Boom. Delete that. Okay. Now it looks like I almost have all of my elements, but I wanted to show you something else within the Automizer with this Elements Designer. You also have the nutrition facts, right? So if we go to the top left, this is the editable version. This is the PNG version that is going to be simplified. For our editable version, we had grad facts before. So I'm going to come up here to the editable version. Make sure I turn on my auto select. Okay, so this is to edit your nutrition facts. And maybe I don't want it to say memorial facts. So I'm going to duplicate this layer. I wanted to have some of the same properties, but let me show you how I use AI for this part. Okay. If I wanted to change these things to things that was about Jasmine's life, then I could go to AI and say, hey, take these memorial facts, the same template, and I want you to make the lines directly relatable to Jasmine, right? But because I want to show you how to just keep this simple, the memorial facts are there: kindness, joy, laughter, share, wisdom, cherished memories. Keep that there, and then just double click on the text here. And instead of memorial facts, it can just be Jasmine facts, right? Keep it simple. But if you needed something else, that's how I came up with the memorial facts, is I told ChatGPT, hey, this is what I use for my grad facts. This is what I do for I gave it a couple of different variations, my grad facts and my birthday facts. Can you help me come up with some facts for memorial? And that's how I got these, okay? So you don't have, if you want to do a different theme, just have ChatGPT help you to come up with those so you're not spending so much mental energy on those. I think we did one was anime facts, right? All right, so turn on Jasmine facts. Actually, I think I'm going to keep memorial facts on there so that you all know to change that out, because you probably don't want to keep it as memorial facts. But if you just happen to keep it as memorial facts and print it, it'd be better than it saying Jasmine facts and the person's name in Jasmine. Okay. All right. Same thing with the QR code. Well, let me change the grad facts here. So this is your editable version. So let's go back to it, because you have to save a PNG of it. So file, you can just save a copy as a PNG. PNG. I'm going to save it right there to my downloads real quick. And at the end of it, I'm going to put memorial. Right, then I can close out of this because it's already saved. Come down to my grad facts. Now, these are my PNG elements. These are not editable. These are straight up PNG. So I'm going to double click on the nutrition facts there. And then the one that I just made a PNG of for memorial facts, I'm going to replace it. Now, remember, the PNGs are simple. They can only have one layer. So I'm going to delete the layer underneath it. Control S to save. Control W. to close that window. And now I pretty much have all of my elements replaced. Only other thing I may do, oh, I'll show y'all this, because sometimes I've already shown you how to create your own pattern. So let's see, this is using logo 1. I believe this one uses accent 1. Let's update all modified content here. Actually, this is pretty cool, but it's not. I don't know if this is repeatable. Let's put my accent 4 in there. So what I'm going to not use the pattern that we naturally create from, because normally I create a pattern with whatever the logo is, but I want a true natural kind of pattern here. So we didn't create patterns here, but let's see if we can get a true. Okay. I'm sorry, I was just checking already. Okay. Let's see if we can get a true seamless pattern. All right, so in order to get a seamless pattern, I'm going to do a 1:1 ratio. And then this is where I was saying that you can use AI to help you out here. I'm going to tell it to take the elements from here. So use the floral and greenery and gold accents. I'm going to tell it to break them down so it doesn't think I just want to use it as a, as a single unit. And create a seamless pattern. And I'll tell it isolated on a white background. And then I'll also do the same thing with the GPT image 2, even though I know it takes a lot more. Oops, I need to make sure that it is 1:1 ratio. And even if it doesn't make an exact seamless tile, you can use it as an idea to make your own patterns. And see how this is giving me ideas? I didn't have to like rearrange all my florals and stuff. Hopefully this is seamless, and I'm looking at it to see. It looks like it might be, because it looks like it may take this piece, repeat it here, top to bottom. It looks like it may be repeatable. I'm going to download it. Come on over to my pattern here, and I can make my own pattern, which is what I was doing here, or we could bring over the pattern that AI helped us design. And I see some, like, some things here. It doesn't look exactly clean, but I think it could still work. I don't like how I see this little fuzzy part here. But what I want to do to test that it is indeed a pattern, what I do is go up to edit, define a pattern, and I'm just going to call this one 355, purple and pink. Now I'll turn this off just to test the pattern. Go to the pattern, drop down menu. The last thing is the pattern that I created. And to test it, I just bring the scale down. And if it makes a pattern and I don't see anything crazy, I see a little slight line through here. I don't know if y'all can see that little slight line right through here. But essentially it has made a pattern for me without having to try hard at all. All right, that's just my test. And it looks like it has just a slight, I hate that it's got just that slight little, it's like 1 pixel missing. That's making it create a line where it's supposed to overlap. But for right now, I just wanted to show you that AI can help you create your own pattern, but I would probably go in here and make my pattern. And I have several classes showing you how to make patterns, but this was a really quick way of using AI to create a quote unquote pattern. All right, so I can close this out, say yes. It's going to save it right here, but the pattern itself, double click on that rectangle, and just to know that your pattern is saved in here, come to the drop down, add the pattern that you just created. And that goes for if you're selecting patterns, let's say, hey, I also want to create a pattern of the texture of the watercolor. I want to create a pattern of marble. I want to create a pattern of whatever you're creating seamless patterns of. They have to be seamless though, otherwise this part doesn't work. I have a seamless pattern here for the back to school composition book style. I have one for this grunge kind of slate background, and I have one for the checkers. So that pretty much just stays in there, but you can, this is a place where you can store your patterns if you have more than one pattern. So let's say you're doing a stripe or a gingham check, or maybe you're doing a pattern of like little duckies or little teddy bears. You can store those there for those respective projects. Let's see, Lisa, can we have a training one day on levels and understanding how to achieve the colors we want? Absolutely. Let me see if I can make a relevant class, like do that within one of our relevant classes, but we used to do that all the time in our build from scratches and even in our template creation. So let's do that. Let me put that on my list. I got you. So basically creating, we can even do it for this 355, because why? You probably want to change these flowers from purple to blue or something, right? So I can do that. You want to do that as a future class, creating colors and then using the levels. I'll show you how to do it with levels, with the blend modes, because sometimes you have to change the blend modes in order to get colors that you want. And sometimes you're able to use HSB, which is hue, saturation, brightness. Those are ways, those are the most common ways that I change colors in Photoshop. Okay. And thank y'all for asking me questions, because this is letting me know what's relevant to you all, what you want to learn, what you need to learn. Okay. Let's see here. And I'm just going to test my little QR code, make sure that it works. You may want to do that. So just use your camera there. Open in Chrome. And it looks like my QR code goes to Innate Academy. So test your QR codes. Listen, if your customer doesn't have a QR code, that's a very easy way, especially when you're doing these treats and things of that nature, to include your business in a way that doesn't say, hey, this is my business, and you're advertising all over their stuff. All right, so I was just making sure my little QR code worked inside of y'all stuff. So if anything, they're gonna go to Innate Academy. So you might as well change it to your business so they go to your business. All right. Okay, so I'm just making sure everything here is good. I put this is an alternative background. I very rarely use it, but I put this alternative background, and let me make sure I can show y'all where this is created inside. I'm gonna turn off all my horizontal and my vertical text. Okay, background here. So I'm gonna turn off the foreground so you can see what's in the background. The background itself is this bottom layer. But what I do is when I'm doing 13 by 19 art, this stuff for the all over shirt is too spread out. So usually I'll make sure that I have some graphic elements that fit tight so that my 13 by 19, whether I'm using a layer mask or not, it looks good. It looks eventful enough to be something behind my text or something behind my photo. So in all of my templates, I'm always going to have a 13 by 19 plus a 44 by 36 background design that makes sense. So what I do here is I actually have the larger background and then you have the 13 by 19 inset into it, but they're separate. So I'm going to disable that layer mask. They're layered on top of one another, but they are separated for the purposes of using inside of your Automizer. All right, and I'm gonna turn this 13 by 19 off so you can see also I have a 44 by 36, but I have like a subtle kind of texture in the background. And all I did here, I'm gonna delete this layer mask just to show you. If you want to make your own, and I didn't want it to be monochromatic for the background, but I did use some levels to make it a little bit harsher because I wanted to see the paint variations more. So I'll turn the levels off. If you want it to be really soft, turn the levels off and just apply whatever single color you want. That makes it super simple. But I didn't like this color. I wanted a little stronger color. So I turned on my levels and I got my stronger color. But then I was like, well, I want a little bit of the peach color in there too. So if you want a little bit of that peach color in there, then you have to add a layer mask to the dark purple area. Grab your paintbrush, and you can use a soft round brush just to be quick with it. Make sure that black is selected. And let's just say I want this one right here to be peach. And then maybe I want this one right here to be peach. And I'm not like, it's not making the whole thing peach. This is just a really lazy, quick way. I want to say lazy. I guess this is a quick way to change out some of the colors here. So you just don't have a single color background. Now, keep in mind, I still have my watercolor elements that go on top of it, right? I just want y'all to understand that. But this can be an alternative background that's just a lot lighter, or if I want to not have the same background, I can have an alternative background here. So I'm just kind of recoloring that. And I should have colored this one. Nope, because I like that one darker color. Make a little bit bigger brush here. And then I'm just going to make a little peach area in the center here. Kind of ignoring realistically where these colors would go. All right, and then for me, I like the levels adjustment only where the purple is. So if I want the levels, the adjustment that I did to make it a little bit darker, I want my peach part to be softer, and then I want wherever I had the purple to be darker. I can alt click and drag this layer mask to my levels, and that way, here I'll disable the layer mask so you can see. See how where the peach is not as harsh anymore? Because I use the same layer mask that I use for the color, I use that on the levels as well. All right, that's one of those tricks to coloring things, Lisa, like you asked about. All right, so wasn't intending on showing y'all that, but it's in the template. It's a bonus, and I wanted to show you how you can go further with your templates. All right, so that is the background done. I'm just going to make sure that for the texture here, I have white underneath there. Beautiful. All right, so I'll save this, turn my foreground back on. And then, oops, cancel. I did not mean to disrupt that. So now I'm going to click on my background here, and I'll just make sure that I have the right background because I just changed some things slightly. Double click on the background, go to my assets folder, and I'm just going to refresh it because I know I saved some changes. Looks like it might still be saving that background. PG, let's refresh. Sort by name. Oh, you know what? I told it to stop generating. It probably is. Let me save this. And then I'm going to go to Automate, Generator Plugins, and turn on the check mark for my image assets. Now, in order for that to work, you do have to turn on the plugins for the image assets. So let me show you how to do that. Go to Edit, Preferences, and you can just go to General first, just to open up the whole Preferences menu. Then go to your plugins. Make sure Enable Generator is turned on. And if it's not turned on, when you turn it on, you may have to shut down Photoshop, open it back up before this Enable Generator works. That's how you can see the check mark when you go to your generator plugins. So if generator plugins is grayed out, you need to do that step that I just showed you. Well, I appreciate that. I was going to make this a quick class. I was like, you know what? Y'all have been so enthralled by the more advanced stuff. So I wanna start showing you more of what I do behind the scenes. I know it makes the classes and longer. I'm hoping that it makes it more useful, like tools that you can use, methods that you can use. And then if it's something that you want to fast forward and watch me at 2.0 speed because you don't want to hear all this stuff, then that's fine too. All right. I just want to make sure you all are equipped. All right, let's see. Now that I turned that on, let me hit save. And let's check and see if my folder is ready now. There we go. See how now it made my background, my watercolor. This one is transparent, if you can see. This one has both layers applied. This one is the background texture all by itself with that lighter version. So I'm going to go back to my Automizer and I'm going to make sure auto select is turned on. I'll select my regular background first. That's the one that's most important because it uses that background on almost everything. So background, boom, drag and drop. You see it changed a little bit slightly. It got a little bit lighter in the middle, which is what I wanted. I'm going to delete the background there, Control S, Control W. So for all of the elements that are on the board for your Automizer, the element board, all you're doing is you're just flipping those elements. So this is how I really flip an Automizer. Like this is how I flip an entire Automizer, y'all. Y'all were asking me how I flip it. This is how I flip it. I take the template that I'm going to work on. I work that template, that 355 template. I work it until it has everything I could possibly need inside of my Automizer. And then I call this, instead of 355 draft, I'm going to save it as 355 master. Now, I know that this is my master template to do anything that I really need to do for my Automizer. So now it's going to be 355 master. And it has all of the additional vertical text that I created, the additional horizontal text that I created. It even has the back design that we created, that your wings were ready, my heart was not. It has all of that saved in here. So now that becomes my master file. You said the sound is a little muffled. Is the sound coming back? Has it been muffled this whole time? Y'all let me know something now. Hold on, I'll bring my microphone a little closer. Okay. Oh, y'all just let me know. Y'all know I'd be going. Sometimes I don't even look at the comments. Okay, y'all can hear me? Okay, good. All right. All right. All right, so I'll teach you a little tip in the next couple of weeks. Whenever, I think it might even be next week. creating variations of images. We did some, of course, restoration and editing, right? Where we changed outfits, we took out scratches from a photo, all of that. But also, whenever you're doing your mock-ups, you may just need to create different versions of your character. So you may have to create like this is a version of her in her scrubs and a version of her in a prom dress or whatever, or formal dress. You may have to create different versions of your character in order to imitate what your actual clients may be needing. So we'll go over that because some of you all have asked, and we'll be doing a class just on creating those memorial videos, right? For those memorial videos, you're going to need childhood pictures, family photos, photos of them doing things they love to do, like fishing or crocheting or whatever that is. We're going to do a whole class on that. So I just want y'all to know that's why I have different photos here, but we're going to go over that later. Yes, you definitely need that for the memorial programs. All right, so I was just letting y'all know that's how I got these different images. This is not an actual client. This is the AI model that we created for this project. So you're welcome to use her as is, because you've already paid your dues as Craft to Quit and Innate Academy students. So anytime I create assets like that, I expect you to use them. Use them as is. And then when somebody says, hey, I have a memorial job I need you to do, then you can go flip those elements out. And of course, I want you to make your own elements so that you have variations of this template, variations of this design for you to advertise for your business. But if nothing else, baby, use what I have as is and advertise. Talk to people. Show it off. All right, so the next step, once I get all of these elements together, I also went ahead and changed out these to our floral pieces that I designed for you. They are inside of the Automizer, or inside of the master template as well. So if you go to the master template, you'll see that you have a left and right vertical. You also have the wreath left and right. You have the full wreath. You also have an accent cluster. That's pretty much all you're going to need. And if need be, you had to like really, really build something, you also have all these individual flowers and splashes and leaves and things that you can use. But that's what I used in order to even build the template in the first place. These are all AI images that we spent some time, if y'all don't remember, we spent some time cutting them out, enlarging them, all of those good things. Okay. And Lisa says the sound went down again. You can barely hear me now. My volume did go out. Might be a Zoom thing. So I'll do my best to yell for y'all. But just continue to let me know if anything happens. I may even need to step out of Zoom and come back if it's going crazy like this. Okay. All right. Well, I'm glad y'all can hear me now. All right. Let's make sure I turn back on my 13 by 19 watercolor. All right. Everything's back on here. And then I'm going to change out this second background here while I'm at it. Okay, that one just has a little more of that peach color that I wanted. All right, so Control S to save, Control W to close out of the window. Now, everything that I'm showing you right now is the longest part of actively working in the Automizer. Everything else that the Automizer does is pretty much automated, okay? But if you make your prep work your best work, you really do not have to worry about the rest. All right, so I have all of my things here. Now, before I exit the Automizer, before I exit the elements for the Automizer, then what I do is I go and check on the all over shirt for front and back. So I'm going to click on the all over shirt here. This is basically my test to see if all of my elements work. All right, the ones that matter the most anyway, which is foreground, background, and some of the important text. So I'm going to double click on that design there. Because I see these little caution symbols here, I'm going to right click Update all modified content, not update modified content, but update all modified content. And you'll see that this instantly changes from that graduation design to my memorial design. Am I letting y'all know too many of my secrets? How I flip my automizers and whatnot? Or is this helpful? I'm hoping this is helpful, y'all. Okay, instead of me just flipping the whole atomizer and just giving it to you, I wanted you to understand, okay, because one of y'all biggest things is, well, when are you going to come up with the atomizer for the 227 or the 125 or the whatever it is? And I'm just like, I'm making classes every week. I'm making stuff up. I promise y'all, we do something new every single week. I don't know not one university professor, and I should know because I've been in the system. I got my PhD in engineering, y'all. I've done taught undergraduates and graduate students, okay? Formally and informally. And I have never seen a class where for years long, they do something different every single week. It is usually a book, a project that you do for this semester, and then that teacher teaches that semester over and over and over again, right? Well, I wanted this to be different. I wanted this to be an experience where we do something different every week. So this is why I ask you to practice the thing, to do the repetition, so that I don't have to be the repetition. If I'm the repetition teaching the same thing every semester, then you all don't get to advance to a level outside of college. And I can tell y'all right now that you all design better than, and you all have more design skills, whether you know it or not. Y'all might not know you because you don't have the confidence, but I want you to know you should be confident knowing that you design better than many, many, many college students who are taking graphic classes. Just want y'all to know this. And I know from both sides. Taking the classes, teaching the classes, being an artist outside of class, being a business owner and entrepreneur outside of any institution. And I can tell you from all of those realms, you all have the power. You have the tools, you have the smarts, and you have the creativity. That's what's most important. You have the ingenuity. So what I need you to do is that when I give you a project, do 3-4 iterations of it. That's how you're going to practice. That's how you're going to get good. When you do iterations of something, it also lets you see your range. Flip this to a memorial for a male. Flip this to a memorial for a child. Then I want you to get creative. Flip it to wedding. Flip it to a birthday party. I want y'all to know that this does not stop at the one thing that I'm showing right now. All right. So me saying that is that you can have you can have infinite automizers if you wanted to. I'm showing you how to set them up. Okay. All right. So this looks good, y'all. And I never had this kind of watercolor background before. I've always had the splash watercolors, but I like this one much better. I like the roughage of the edges there. You know, I like the little splashes there. I like this. I'm almost falling in love with it. Okay. But that's simple, right? Foreground, background, did what I need to do, changed my markup. Make sure that you save, Control S, save, Control W to close out. Make sure as you're updating these, if you see those caution symbols, make sure that you update all modified content, okay? So boom, we're gonna do this for the back of the shirt. I see a caution symbol, update all modified content, double click, update all modified content. Now this is the only thing that you have to manually do. All right, now get this. We also have to change the foreground back here. So I'm going to go into the foreground back. We didn't change the foreground back, did we? Watch this. I don't even think we did it on. We didn't change the foreground back. So watch this. Now that I'm in the foreground back, let's come over to this handy dandy thing that we designed that we weren't expected to design today. That seems like that could be the foreground for our back, right? Let's delete the team name. Your wings were ready, but my heart was not. Sounds good, looks good. Let's Control S to save. All right, Control W to close out of the window. Now I need to go back to the track that I was on, which was my adult shirt. This is my back. Now let me kind of give you an idea here. If you need to kind of splash a little white behind something to make it more legible, you could do so in many different ways. I'm going to show you one right now. I'm going to open a new or create a new layer. One of the simplest ways is just to take white as your foreground image, get a brush, get a soft round brush, and make sure it's not bigger than your workspace. So you don't want it to cut off the edges here. So I'm just going to boom, stamp right there in the middle. I call this my glow. Like this is just like a central glow that you can use for anything. So I can take that glow there, right click, and I'm gonna turn it into a smart object. And you can use this for anything, even when you're making your own templates. All right, and then I can kind of stretch it out, make it a little taller, make it a little wider if I need to. And what it does is just adds a little bit of focus. Now, because it's a smart object, it's not going to cut my circle off with these hard edges. If I made it bigger before I made it a smart object, you can guarantee it's going to cut your stuff off. Okay. And I'm just going to make that a little more central there. That's just one of my tips to doing something where it needs a little legibility and it just looks a little like too harsh. Now you can also change the opacity here, make it lower or higher. If you want the opacity to be like more, you can duplicate this thing. Boom. See how much whiter and brighter it got? You can duplicate it again. Boom. Makes it a little whiter and brighter, right? If you're doing storybook pages, you're doing your funeral programs, and you need something to kind of brighten up where the text is, use that same technique. Okay, this is just bonuses. You know, this is just me being extra. I'm sure I'm over the time that I was supposed to be today. I hope y'all appreciate it and are not mad at me, okay? All right, so I'm turning it off. See, turn it off, turn it on. Isn't it more legible with it on? I think I'm gonna turn off one of them. All right, so I'll keep that in there for y'all. Just know that when you do this more, you may have to turn this off for your future versions of your Automizer, depending on if it's helpful or not. All right, so if I turn it on, then you have to know to turn it off when you don't need it for another design. But the beautiful thing about this is the basis for your design. This is the basis for any project that you want to run the Automizer on. Okay. I'm going to hit save now. Now, it may take a little time to save because it's got this big old background in there. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to preview it on my mock-up for the back of my shirt. Oh, and next week we're doing the collection images. So we're going to take the output from the Automizer and we're going to build some cool collections. Because you know, before it was making collections, but it was kind of being lazy with how it designed the sets, like lazy with how it designed the casket versus the shirt versus the poster, the welcome sign. Now that we have this is going to help us create the exact printable file. So I'm hitting Control S to save, Control W to close out of the window. Okay, see how I updated my shirt? Ooh, that looks good, y'all. That looks really good. Okay. Now I'm going to Control S to save my mock-up, Control W to close out of that window. All right. Next thing I test is my 13 by 19, and then I test my DTF. When I test those, pretty much anything else that I make has the correct elements in it. But I'm going to show you that sometimes they need to be manipulated. Okay. This is the whole premise of the work part behind the Automizer. This is the part that requires your design eye. Until I figure out some way to automate that, and then you don't even have to use your design eye. But I think you're always, just like AI does certain things, but you still have your great design eye. I think it still matters, regardless of anything automated. All right, so 13 by 19 shirt, boom, double clicking on that. And let me not be lazy, because I know if I double click on this and update all elements, it's also going to update this one. But let me show you how to be safe. Right click, update all modified content, and then open it up. That's the safe way to do it, okay? Update all modified content. Let's see what our 13 by 19 design is going to look like. Boom. That's it. It's going to create my all over, my 13 by 19, and everything in between. Does that make sense? Is it making sense now, like the purpose of this tool? All right, so I'm gonna leave this alone. Hit yes to save those changes. All right, my 13 by 19 is looking good. Control S, Control W. I'm going to go to the back of the shirt now. So when I click on it here, because I have auto select on, it's also going to show it in my layers. I'm double clicking on thumbnail, but here before I double click on the thumbnail, update all modified content, double click on it. And we're going from that grad design, update all modified content. Okay. Now my foreground back, I'm going to decrease it just a little bit and bring it up. All right. And also you have this text page. Well, guess what? This text page is also a part of your Automizer elements. This section right here is editable. So you can go to where the text page editable message is. This is where you can change the message for the thank you for coming to celebrate with me. That one's in here. And then also there's a graduation scripture here and a memorial poem that's here. But if you wanted to add your own memorial poem, you can go to ChatGPT and make up your own poem. You can go on Google and look up memorial poems, and there are several that are very popular. I believe this is one of the popular ones as well. The Day You Went Away, I believe, is the name of this one. But I'm just going to turn it on because it's a suggestion to the client. But if you have a specific one for your client, absolutely here is you can type it by creating a little text box here. Boom, boom. I guess let me show you on AI how we can do this real quick. All right, so let's go. I'm going to get out of this image here. And I got it on medium. That's good. Please create a memorial poem for Jasmine. I want you to include very nice things about her character, that she was loving and she was helpful. She was always a bright spirit, always smiling, and just wanted to see other people happy. And she was a nurse. So I would like for that to be incorporated in that poem as well. All right, let me send that on through. A heart that lived to serve. Jasmine carried sunshine wherever she would go, with kindness in her spirit and a smile that seemed to glow. She had a heart so loving, always ready to extend a helping hand, a gentle word, the comfort of a friend. She found her joy in giving and in seeing others smile. She brightened every room she entered and made each day worthwhile. As a nurse, she served with compassion and patience, strength and grace, bringing hope to those who needed a caring heart and smiling face. She treated more than illness. She helped the weary spirits heal. Through every act of service, she showed how deeply she could feel. Though heaven called her home too soon, her light will never fade. It lives within the countless hearts. Her love and kindness change. You will remember Jasmine for the beautiful soul she was, loving, helpful, full of joy, and deeply loved by all. I don't think that rhymed. Her wings were ready for heaven, though her hearts were not prepared. But her legacy will live forever in every life she touched and cared. I'm still trying to figure out how this one rhymed. I might take that line. Anyways, but I think this is a little long too. However, if you were creating, remember we talked about making the bookmarks and the memorial cards, that sort of thing. This is a perfect thing to put on there. It's personalized. It didn't take me long to do it. And it seems like I was really thinking about Jasmine and creating that and not just some generic poem that I found off of the internet. Okay. I just want y'all to know that's what you could do there. I'm going to tell it, I like this, but let's make a shorter version of it. I like how you referred to her wings were ready, her hearts were not as well, but we need a shorter version of it that can fit on the back of a t-shirt. You see, I told it what I'm going to use it for so that it can have some understanding on what points may matter for the end product that I'm making. Now that went a little too short. I want it to be a poem that still rhymes a little bit longer than what you just gave me. Now I got real lazy, like, huh? Like, that's how you know, hey, I'll be tired of you when it be like, huh, here you go. I know when my chat GPT don't like me no more. That's my Spruce. I be talking to my buddy Spruce. All right. Okay, better. Okay. Boom. Jasmine's Loving Light. So what I would do, I would copy the text part without the title first. Double click on my T there. Paste your text. This is definitely the wrong color. I'm going to make it black. Boom. Got to double click on my T though. Make it black. The text is too large. So make the size of the text smaller. As long as you see that plus sign, you're cutting some text off. All right. So making the text smaller by coming up here where the point size is, hovering over this logo, and then I'm touching my mouse. I'm holding down my mouse and pulling it to the left. You see how I no longer see the plus sign? It's all in there. As soon as I go too big, I see the plus sign. Okay. And I want a little space also to put a title up here. Whether you like this text or not, that's up to you. I don't want to choose a font here. Well, it's locked into a PSB, so it's fine. For things like this, I do like to use text that is legible. So let's go, what text did we use for our template? We just be consistent here. For the in loving memory, we use Perpetua. So let me perpetuate here, Perpetua, regular, and then I'll just increase the size till it fits. Right about there. And then depending if you want this left justified or centered, if you double click on your text, you can go to paragraph and you can make it centered. And I'm gonna bring this down a little bit here. Create another piece of text that will be the title. And what did it say the title was going to be for this poem? It is Jasmine's Loving Light. Copy that. Boom. Paste it. Make it larger. And if I want to use the script text that we used before, going back to my master here, go back to my text tool, tap on Jasmine, and that font is Adorn Pomander. So I'll just type in Adorn, maybe if I can spell, and I'll put Adorn Pomander Smooth. I'll make a faux bold, increase that size a little bit. And this is just a basic, standard text here. But what I want you to see is if I save this, that's my editable message. It doesn't change my back design. It just changed my editable message up here. My back design still has this scripture that we did for graduation. So in order to change that, I'd have to double click here, say this is a PNG. Just like we did before, I'll save a copy as a PNG. I just put it quickly in my little downloads. Boom. I'll turn this back on so y'all remember that's where that was. Then I'll change the poem here, or change the poem, add the poem here instead of our scripture. We could just drag and drop it rather than look to insert it there, drag and drop. Boom, delete the layer underneath, Control S to save, Control V. So wherever I wanted to use that poem. Now the poem doesn't have to be the back of your shirt. That poem could be just used for your memorial card or for your program or for your bookmark. But the fact that I have it saved here means that this is a part of my project that I may need to access later. So I want it in one spot, okay? So whenever you go to change your back design now, just keep in mind that I can go with your wings are ready, heart was not, do that text effect there. You can do a color overlay, change the color if you'd like to. But what I'm going to do here is a little glow. And I'm going to change the glow to white. And change that contour, which is pretty much a straight contour. And then I can bring this opacity down. That's another way that you can lighten up your text so that it pops off of your background a little bit. Okay, so one way I showed y'all how to create like a glowing circle. Another way is to do an outer glow on whatever the layer is, and it will create a slight glow around each of the elements in that layer. All right, so what I can do, if I wanted to see what this looks like, I'm going to do Control S. And I'll check out the back of my shirt. Do I like the poem better? Or do I like the your wings was ready or hearts were not? I'm just saving it and checking out my mock-up. Which one do y'all like better? The poem or the your wings was ready, but my heart was not? Excuse me. Hopefully the one we spent all the time on. But maybe not, okay? Maybe the poem is cleaner and sleeker and whatnot, okay? Look, Yolanda, you said the poem. Yolanda, was you the one that had me design that one? That's all right. But here's the thing. This is why we're all creators. We have our own perspective and our own specialties, right? So you have the choices here and you literally made both of those. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to leave that poem in there. Who drawing all over my screen? Hold on, let me see if I could clear the marks off the screen. No, where are my zoom tools? Annotate. Clear all drawings. Somebody must have been liking it or something, trying to zoom in. I think that's what y'all, if you were trying to zoom in and pinch in and zoom in, you probably started drawing on the screen. That's all right. Oh, Ashley, that was you. Don't worry about it, love. All right. So what I want to do though is just in case you all mistakenly like create the Automizer with the default poem, same as what I said before. I'm going to go to my editable part here. You have Jasmine in there, okay? Jasmine's Living Light, okay? And I'm just going to say this is a custom poem. I just showed you how to do it. I didn't even plan on doing that today. Showed you how to do a custom poem. But I am going to use this here to do basically my memorial poem. I want to create a generic memorial poem when I do the Automizer because it will give you a default whether you have something custom or not. Okay, that's how I do it. Then if they want to pay me to make a custom poem, cool, $10, I'll make you a custom poem as an add-on to my design. That's nothing if they're already paying you at least $25 for your design setup. All right, so let me quick export that as PNG. That's going to be the memorial poem. You have your custom poem there too. And I will leave the custom poem up there just so you all know that it's in there in your editable version. But for our text page here, I'm going to just keep the standard generic memorial poem. And I have to delete the layer underneath because this is a PNG. It will only allow me to have one layer. Okay. But you see, just going through those few little products that's on the Automizer Elements page, it lets me see what I need to update. So my text page is now updated. You see that? We're going to go with the Your Wings Are Ready. My heart was not. All right. And if I wanted to add a little glow to this, we absolutely can. Let's do an outer glow, because I showed you on the other one how to create that circular glow. Let's one more time. Let's do this. Range, bring it down a little bit. And that just softens that whole image up. If you want to see what it looks like without the effect, then just toggle open this FX, turn the eyeball off and on, see if it makes it better or worse. All right, y'all. So I'll leave this little glowingness on here. And we have to save the mockup in order for this to save for the next level. So Control S, save, Control W to close out the window. And now I'm going to just check my DTF. The reason why I put the DTF one on there, because sometimes you need to check and make sure things look good in the DTF frame. So let's right click, update all modified content. All right, now we can double click on the thumbnail, update all modified content. All right, and then our DTF has these rougher edges here, but we are expecting that. Now, this is where I have to check whether my sublimatable design is appropriate for DTF. Where it's not appropriate, I can tell you for sure, this In Loving Memory Of part has that glow around it. I will have to bring down my graphic just a little bit so that glow fits inside of my DTF frame. Okay, anything that glows needs to go inside of the frame. So some people say, oh, I don't do any glows whatsoever when I'm doing DTF. Technically, if you do your foreground separate from your background, you can. You just have to make sure that your foreground is not going to be glowing outside of the edges of that mask there. Okay, and looks like we're good. So our DTF design is DTFable. I don't know if I want to say that, but it also has some glow and some shadows and things that we naturally don't get a chance to have whenever we do DTF designs. All right, so we kind of got the best of both worlds here. Check this out. Your background is just cropped into there. So if you wanted to change the size or how much of your background or what part of your background is showing, let me go ahead and put that in the center there. Control D to deselect. If I want more of my colors and variations showing, I can shrink that a little bit, but I'm going to kind of pull some of that purple off a little. There we go. Looks good. So my 13 by 19 front is good. I'm going to Control S to save. Control W to come out of that. Look at my actual DTF design on the shirt. See how my glow isn't popping out of that? And this is why it's important to look at your mock-ups too. Because if I have anything glowing outside of this area, it's going to look really bad when DTF tries to print it. All right, so Control S to save, Control W to close out of that window. Last thing I'm going to check is my DTF back. Right click, update all modified content. And y'all, we're going to take a break in just a little bit. Whenever I actually run the Automizer for all of the products, because I'm showing you all of this, it's actually going to run through all of the products. And what I'll do is I'll just pick a few that it's going to run through. And then I will later run through all of the products in order to save this for you all. But just know that there are 100 and, is it 80 something products now? I think it's 187 products now. So I'm going to be showing you how to do a handful of them, like what you would be doing for your customer or a collection. But I want you to be assured that when I give you the Automizer, it's going to have every last product, even ones that are not related to Memorial, because the idea is you can convert this to a template for your birthday parties, your weddings, or whatever, and then choose the relevant products that you produce. That's the whole point of it. I give you the full Automizer, and then you break it down to what you need for your projects. All right, so for the 13 by 19 back, I'm going to click on this one. We're going to update all modified content. All right. And I want you to be aware too, your wings are ready, but my heart was not. Looks like it might be DTF printable, but turn on this white background for just a second. And you'll see that like this heart here has a little drop shadow to it. So like I said, what I would do for DTF is just make sure that if you have any kind of drop shadow gradients, things of that nature, that they fit inside. Or what you will have to do is make sure that you're only using elements that don't have drop shadows, gradients, etc., which I'm not a fan of limiting myself like that, especially since I'm doing sublimation and full printing. I like to have those elements, but just keep in mind that if I'm doing DTF and I have this drop shadow out here, it's more than likely not going to translate well to a printed design. So I'm just being safe and making sure that all of my things with drop shadows are inside of this printed area. And yes, it looks a little bit smaller and doesn't look as substantial, but it's just safer. It's just safer. All right, so Control S, Control W. Oops, I still got my white outline on here. So let me turn that off, the white background there. Control S, Control W. This is why I like that the mock-up shows right after the design is updated. It allows you to make sure that it's going to look good for your intended product. All right, so I can save that one, Control S, Control W. All right, so everything is updated that needs to be updated here. So I'm going to do Control S. Okay, this is the full Automizer. You want to know how I know? Because it has all products in here, okay? So what you are going to do is you're just going to choose a couple of products. Right now, let's just say I'm going to create, I think I have, do I have a memorial one here? Let's see, what do we have in memorial? Insert, engraved blanket. And we have the new ones that are created as well. Let's do these two. What I'm going to do is I am alt click and dragging. That means I'm creating duplicates of this. And I'm going to put it in my new package, as a matter of fact. Drop it onto your new package. You did not move your originals. You duplicated there, okay? See how it still has the memorial design on it? You're going to see that change whenever we actually package this as a memorial package. All right, and then y'all tell me the top 3 products that you sell for memorial, 3 only, in the chat. Okay, tie, pendant wing, t-shirts. All right, so for apparel, I'll definitely grab the shirts. And for t-shirts, are y'all doing DTF, sublimation? Tell me what we're doing. Buttons, oh yeah, buttons definitely. The pendant wing, okay. Anybody doing the rosary beads? The rosary bead necklaces? And y'all said the pendants, neckties. I'm gonna grab a necktie. Okay, these are all the products that we have, but I'm only getting the relevant ones. Shirts, programs, okay. Boom, boom, boom. Let's do the button here. Oh, shoot. Hopefully I didn't lose my selections. Did I lose my selections? Don't tell me I lost my selections because I clicked on the thumbnail. I was looking at it. Okay. Let's do Control deselect. Okay. I was looking away at the chat and then I clicked on the thumbnail. I'm supposed to be control and clicking on the layer, the gray part of the layer. All right. And the reason why I'm doing that is because I'm multi-selecting products that I'm going to pull into a new custom package, okay? Yep, got blanket, pillow, the fans, contour cut fans versus kind of like the church fan style. Yep. You got a pillow there. Pillows and blankets are popular for funeral homes. The bookmark is popular. Some people like to do the license plates, the car coasters. The air freshener is a popular product to do for a memorial. I'm not going to do it for this short one that we're doing, but just know that that is a one that people like to have in their vehicles. We'll do the blanket. Now, the tapestry blanket is probably popular for the funeral homes. The fleece blanket may be more popular for people that are ordering for their own homes. I want to do every product that we're doing for that you can do for memorial because it will be a lot. But if I were creating my complete collection, that's absolutely what I would be doing, selecting everything I'm possibly going to use for memorial because this will create all of my mock-ups for my Shopify store, right? All right, somebody mentioned the pendant with the wings. My nephew actually really appreciated when he did one with his papa, my dad's picture on it. And then he got really sad when he left it somewhere. So those are good ones as well. You also have the same style that they do for the car mirrors that you can hang off the car mirrors as well. The memorial bench is a popular product as well. The clack fans you can do with memorial. I'm just going through and telling you some things that you can do, but I'm not going to select all of them. I just want your best so that I can show you how to, basically run this as a collection creator. The wind spinner, y'all were talking about that one as a good memorial product. I really do think that is a good memorial product. So I would want y'all to try that wind spinner. Let's see. Of the tumblers, y'all mentioned the tumblers. I think that would be a good one to put in there. All right, so what I'm going to do now is I'm gonna be very careful because I have my control and I selected my different products. If I click somewhere where I'm not supposed to click, it will let go of all of my selections. So I'm being careful. And then let's do bifold program. And some of you may even end up doing treats like water bottles or chip bags or, that sort of thing. They may have those special requests. The Pringles cans are in there. The Pringle can with the dome is in there. Like when I tell y'all the Hershey bar purses are in there, custom printed envelopes, custom printed all over gift bags. The gift bags that are clear that are custom printed with the addition where you could do the pop out 3D version of them on the outside and then printed on the inside. All of that is in this Automizer now. The 3D gable boxes, yeah. The gift bags, yep. Custom wrapping paper, yes. The socks, yes. These scarves would be really nice for sometimes the ladies don't want to wear like t-shirts and stuff. Give them a beautifully, maybe it has a print on it for the custom scarf, and they may wear that. There's a pocket square in here too. Pocket square would be good. There's cufflinks in here. All kind of stuff in here, y'all. Yeah, I think scarves will be a really nice touch because they look like silk. So people will still use them even after the service, right? So I just want y'all to think about it. The tank dress is in there. I know that one is a popular one for summertime instead of t-shirts. Some of the ladies like to wear the dresses instead. That is in there. All right, so I got my basic products that we're going to create I'm not even going to call it a mini collection because this is not a mini collection. Let's just say this is a limited collection because we could select a lot more products and get this popping. All right, so what I'm going to do is take those and I'm going to hold down Alt. Then I'm going to click. Do you see I have double arrows? That means I'm making copies of. I am not moving my original stuff. I drop it into my new package, okay? Now, what I'm going to do is save this as I'm working on it. This is my overall Vault Automizer. It has all of my products in it. So I'm going to close these little sections up, make it neat and clean, because whenever I get done working with my Automizer, I got to close these cabinet doors or else they're going to bust me in the head. Okay, I have my new package. I'm going to save my work for the whole Automizer Vault. Okay, then I'm going to do a file, save as, and instead of Vault, I'm going to call this my Memorial Collection. Save it. Okay, I need you to save it all the way before you do the next step. The next step is a little scary. Okay, we have our new package that we're creating. And instead of new package, I'm going to call this my Memorial Collection. Okay, so this is your Memorial Collection package. Now I'm going to get rid of the one that says all product mockups, the one that's really scary to delete. We have it saved in our main version of this file. I need to delete it now. I'm hitting delete on my keyboard because when I create this collection, I don't want to create a memorial version of 185 products that I'm probably never going to put on my website. I want to create a very specific collection. And even this is a lot of products, y'all. We're about to make this Memorial Automizer, create all of these mockups right now, okay? But it's going to take less time because I filtered out what products I want to see and I have eliminated the products that I don't want to see, okay? Yolanda, you want to see what a scarf looks like? Hold on, let me go back real quick. Where I took all my products, I think it was in accessories. We'll do a scarf. We'll take the scarf and Alt click and drag and add that one in there, okay? And I think we did the necktie. Yep, so I'll put it next to the necktie. All right. Now I'm going to delete all my products. Control S to save this. Yes, we saved it. But this is an alternate version. See how it says Memorial Collection up top? I can rest assured I deleted all the products from the Memorial Collection and not from the Vault. Okay, the Vault means everything's in it. All right, so now I'm gonna close this window up. I'm gonna save what we've been working on. All right, and then my next step is I'm gonna go to File, and I'm gonna package. Now, what the package is going to do, it's going to create a separated version of this Automizer that is going to propagate all of the images that is on the Elements page throughout all of the product mockups and all of the product printable designs, okay? Right now, the only things that changed, if you saw that, the graduation images is on everything except for the few products that we did right here, the all-over shirt, 13 by 19 sublimation, and the DTF. Every other product still has a graduation design. Why? Because we haven't propagated or packaged those changes yet. And that's what we're doing right now. If you see this window pop up, that means that you are ready to save your package, okay? So what I like to do in my Automizer All folder, I create a new folder. And this one's going to be my 355 Memorial Collection. I'm going to select that folder. And it's going to start packaging, meaning that it's going to start saving a separated file for all of those sub files or those links that belong to the memorial collection, and not the full Automizer, not the vault Automizer, but just the memorial collection. Why? Because we deleted all of the other elements or all of the other layers that had those products that we don't plan on using for memorial. Okay, so this is the important part. We did the prep work. Now we're doing the important part to prepare the Automizer itself. And then I'll show you that there's some minor tweaking that you will have to do to some of the products. Okay. Especially if it's not just straight up using the foreground background. These are easy because most of these shirts just use foreground background. But there will be some products that are a little more difficult to use or a little more difficult to design because you have to put a little more thought into it, like the yard sign. If you did a foreground background for the yard sign, you'd have a lot of space on the sides because you have a portrait style design for your foreground. And you can get away with that, but you want to do a little more intentional design when you have something that's wider, or what we call landscape. So also the same thing is true when you have something that's super portrait style, meaning it's really long and vertical. You don't just want to slap that foreground design in there and have a whole bunch of background with nothing at the top and bottom. So just to let you know, a lot of the treats like the M&M bags and Skittles and Starburst wrappers and all of those, they have different layouts from one another. So you have to go back and check those and make sure that they look good. Other than that, like I said, about 80% of your designs are just using foreground background. It's going to be easy peasy. All right, so right now it is packaging. It may take a few moments. So this is what I'm going to do. I know we've been here 3 hours, y'all. I hope we've been learning and really been interested in these past 3 hours, but I need a bathroom break. I'm sure you need a bathroom break, maybe even a snack break or whatnot. So while this is packaging, I'm going to give you all a 5-minute break. Okay. Actually, let me give you a 10-minute break because y'all might actually, have to go. Oh, wait a minute. You might not get a break and just finish packaging. Hold on. Hold on. I think I'm gonna hold on for a second too. Let me check and see what's going on here. Make sure it did right before I let y'all take a break. Let's do that. Okay, we'll still take a break. The Automizer looks like it did its thing. Let's go to the 355 Memorial Collection. Now we're gonna open up this file. It's gonna look exactly the same here. It looks exactly the same, but now we should be able to open up our Memorial Collection package. Now our rosary bead should, we have the new design. Do y'all see this here? Do you see it here? Okay, so the rosary beads automatically recolor with the, I'm gonna hit no to save these changes. I'm gonna keep things except for those that we're going to edit. I think I may edit it, but I may not edit that. So let's take a bathroom break because what I want to show you is that many of these just are done. It's foreground, background, it's done, right? But at least, let's see. Okay, so I designed this one. It has QR code down here. You may not want a QR code. You may want to do something else. So I do want you to see that foreground and background is still used here, but we had to add some additional elements. I'm trying to find something that needs adjusting. Okay, this one needs adjusting. So we'll come back and we'll adjust this one in a second. So in the meantime, in between time, y'all give yourselves a 10-minute break. So 6:11, we will be back. And from there, I'll show you how you have to do very minimal design. Look, very minimal design now, because everything is already done for you. Hopefully that tickles your fancy. All right. Hopefully this makes you feel like, oh, okay, you know what? My memorial package design isn't that complicated. This one needs a little help too, the necktie. This is one of those ones that require you to go in and tweak the individual pieces, but the individual pieces are already there. You just need to tweak them a little bit. Okay. All right. So let's do this. break. Let's do 6:15, y'all. 6:15, because I think I'm gonna eat a little snack, and then I'll be right back. Okay. Customer happiness, if you don't mind playing a video or something in the meantime.
that you love. Innate Academy is always here to support you.
The sky with a whisper loud. A brushstroke cuts through every cloud. My thoughts run wild, no change, no bounds. Electric colors in a concrete town. I'm the architect of my own spark, a firework igniting in the dark. Creativity is my superpower. Snap a rhyme, make the broken man. A kaleidoscope spinning in my chest. This canvas bleeds, but it's my best. Ideas collide, a thunderous roar. They crack the ground and break the floor. Creativity is my superpower. Turning dust to gold in the final hour. I build a world with a single thought. No cage, just dreams, it's all I've
that you love. Innate Academy is always here to support you.
The sky with a whisper loud. A brushstroke cuts through every cloud. My thoughts run wild, no change, no bounds. Electric colors in a concrete town. I'm the architect of my own spark, a firework igniting in the dark. Creativity is my superpower. Snap a rhyme, make the broken man. A kaleidoscope spinning in my chest. This canvas bleeds, but it's my best. Ideas collide, a thunderous roar. They crack the ground and break the floor. Creativity is my superpower. Turning dust to gold in the final hour. I build a world with a single thought. No cage, just dreams. It's all I've got.
That you love. Innate Academy is always here to support you.
sky with a whisper loud. A brushstroke cuts through every cloud. My thoughts run wild, no change, no bounds. Electric colors in a concrete town. I'm the architect of my own spark, a firework igniting in the dark. Creativity is my superpower. Turning dust to gold in the final hour. I build a world with a single thought. No cage, just dreams. It's all I've got. I bend the rules like a melody bends. Snap a rhyme, make the broken man. A kaleidoscope spinning in my chest. This canvas bleeds, but it's my best. Ideas collide, a thunderous roar. They crack the ground and break the floor. Creativity is my superpower. Turning dust to gold in the final hour. I build a world with a single thought. No cage, just dreams. It's all I've got.
All right, my loves and fellow creatives, we're going to go ahead and show you how some of your products are ready to go, literally ready to print, and some of your products may need a little bit of adjustment. So I want to take you through those, and this is the reason why you don't want to package every single product, because you will have to go through all 187 products and make sure that every little element is in place. But if you only package the particular products that you plan on offering on your Shopify store, then you have a lot less work to do. Okay. So I'm going to go through each of these products, literally each of them, because that's what I would do if I were flipping the whole Automizer. So I'm going to start with, we already did the t-shirts here. So I'm going to start with the rosary there so I can show you. That one pretty much is ready to go. If you wanted to, you could potentially like make her image a little bit smaller, but because I like to leave it alone, especially if somebody didn't necessarily order that one, as long as it looks good enough for me to display on my website, I'm good to go. Now the necktie did look like it needed a little work here. So I'm going to double click on the necktie here, and you'll see that this is just the mock-up. I need to double click on the design here in order to edit the design, but I always toggle and check out my mock-up just so I can see, well, what can I really change here? I can probably decrease the size of her image just a little bit. I can probably include either a different floral here or move it around a little bit. So I'm just going to focus on the end here because that's really the part of the tie that you see. We could also potentially move or change the part of the background that's showing here. But I like this. I'm going to keep it just like that. What I am going to do is change this accent 1 here. Just make it larger. And I'm going to place it behind her. And keep in mind, this is a mock-up, so it's giving the preview version. If somebody actually orders the tie, if you see any of the products that say preview at the end, it's because they are large format products. What you have to do is you have to go to image size once you're done designing and you're ready to print, and you have to change that resolution to at least 150. That's usually what I do, is 150. And then that way you have the full size product, printable product, when you're ready to print. We're not ready to print yet, so this is in the preview mode right now, just so that we can go ahead and get this ready for mock-up purposes. First name here is fine, but it's just looking a little small to me. I'm just gonna make sure it's on top. I'll go ahead and put last name on there as well. And I'm gonna go ahead and put this one at 150 resolution, just so I can see it at full resolution. And get ready to create my printable. All right, and then I'm gonna hit save without closing it, just to see what it looks like on my mock-up here once it's updated. My Carter is definitely a little too wide. And I'm also going to decrease the size of my photo just a little bit here. I'm gonna alt click and drag another version of this underneath and link those so they don't move together. Now I want her face to be in front of these leaves here. So I'm gonna create a layer mask on this one. Grab my brush. On the layer mask, I'm going to make sure that I paint black to conceal this part of the leaf that's over her face there. And I don't mind this flower wrapping in front of her head. I actually think that looks cool. I'm just doing that so that it makes a little more sense. Save it. Make sure Carter is a little bit smaller. And there is a guideline here you can turn on. That little guideline there lets you know what's not safe. Like even my jasmine is a little unsafe here. Like I wouldn't mind if it cut off a little bit of the curly of the J, but the whole E was hanging off into that red area. And that is scary. That means it could potentially get cut off. Let's go ahead and do the same thing with Carter. Make sure none of the important part of the text is hanging out of there. All right, and then I will turn off the guide area, Control S to save. And before I close out, I'm just gonna make sure the mock-up looks good here. I'm really not even seeing a lot of my flowers here on the side. I know they can potentially pop up, but what I wanna do for this tie, I wanna use one of my accents here. Let me see what it looks like. I haven't figured this out yet, but I'm about to make it up right now. I want to see what it looks like if I fill the background of this tie kind of with my florals. Maybe even watermark it. Let me see what it looks like without it being watermarked. Ooh, I think I like that. I think I like that. I'll bring the florals down just a little bit. I don't even think I'm going to watermark it. I like that. It looks like a true printed tie, and the ties have this silky texture to it. So I think that would work really well. I'm gonna leave that alone, y'all. Where'd my chat go? Let me make sure y'all can hear me. I'm just over here talking. Where did my chat go? Zoom. Oh, Lord. Okay, there it goes. Okay, y'all can hear me? Cool, cool. All right, I was over here just amazing myself. I want to make sure I was amazing y'all too. All right, so now that I can say, I'm gonna save this, and then before I close out of the mock-up, I have to close out of this. Now, let's say I wanted to, continue this design up here. I could duplicate this layer, see what it looks like watermarked. And when I mean watermarked, I just basically mean bring the opacity down. And we really don't know what that looks like on the mock-up, but that would have been the effect of the watermark style. I think I like it better with the full printed design here because I think that would look really good for the final product. All right, so I'm saving. Then I'll do Control W to close out of the window. This looks good to me. I'm going to save. And I also saw, I think I am going to bring this one up a little bit higher. Because I saw where on the tie, I need to do the text, all of this together. Let's group it. Turn off auto select. On the tie, it did look a bit better when the image was a little higher rather than at the very tip of the tie. So I'm going to do that. And then let's take one of our accents here. I don't even think it's necessary to put anything on the tip of the tie. I think it would look nice with just the watercolor. Let's save it and see. Yeah, I like that. You got the watercolor. Our image is up a little bit higher. Still got the florals. I'm good with that. Let's save and Control S, Control W. So now my tie is ready to go. I don't save my PNGs like this. I'm going to show you a way that we use the Automizer to create our PNGs that would work for your mockups. It will work for creating your collections, and it will work for doing your individual listings for your Shopify store. It'll create your PNGs of your printable files and the PNGs of your mockup files. So that's the beauty of the Automizer. So I'm saving, Control S, Control W. My tie is ready to go now. I go into my pocket square. Now the pocket square mockup itself, it has a little bit of this this shadow on here, which we may need to modify that shadow because it is over her face a little bit here, but it does let you feel like this is a real scarf. All right, so we're going to double click on this design here, see if there's anything we need to change. The pattern that's already in there is kind of like a herringbone design here with a little floral design. I'm going to keep that on there because that's just a universal kind of cool design to use for a scarf. But if you want to take it off, I'm just showing you that it's not necessary. You can take it off. Everything else looks good. I mean, it's got her photo on there. If you want to add the florals, ooh, let's add the florals. Now, if you want to add the florals and you want it to be automatically updated, let me show you. If I didn't have these accents in here already, I'm going to show you what to do. Go over, and I have to close out the old Automizer because we have to go to the one that's a part of our package. And let's say I want to put like the left and right corner pieces on there. Let me go to auto select, select one of the corner pieces, hold down shift, select the other corner piece. And maybe I want the wreath in there, possibly two, and these pieces. Once I have them selected, I can right click, duplicate the layers, tell it to go over to my scarf preview. And this is a preview file because it's not at 150 pixels per inch. All right. And then it automatically brings it over here. And you see it has the links with it. So they are appropriately linked to the elements that will change when I update them or if I update them. So let's say you want to maybe add a little razzle dazzle to the scarf right there. Why not? You have the pieces, why not? All right, you could do the wreath as well. I just think this looks a little offset and interesting. And then maybe we take this accent and just put it on one of these corners, because maybe you don't want to show the photo. Maybe you just want a little corner here. It's up to you, whatever floats your boat or finds your lost remote. Let's take this accent. We'll turn it 90 degrees. And this will be a full corner piece without the photo. So depending on how you fold it, if you fold it one way, you'll see the photo. If you fold it the other way, you'll see the florals. But I think that's pretty cool. That's all I'm gonna do, y'all. I'm gonna keep it simple. All right, I want to be able to flip this really quickly, get someone excited, make that money, and not spend too much time on variations of products for my projects. That's the whole point of the Automizer. That's the whole point of the templates, is to give you very professional, high-level results, but you can do them quickly and efficiently. All right, so let me save it. And as I save it, I'm gonna come over here to my little mock-up, make sure it looks good. Okay, and I could put another flower over here in this corner. Why not? It's a little bare. If that's accent 3, then I'll take accent 4. And oh Lord, where did my accent 4 go? Let me make sure I'm on my move tool. Accent 4, come on over here, sir. There it is. It was hanging off the board a little bit. And I want to make it so that when the tip of that scarf is showing, it looks like those florals are going that way. Okay. Looks good. Let's save. Control S to save, Control W to close out of the window. And you have 2 different versions of the scarf. I think I like it better displayed as a diamond, because then you can imagine it folded in half and, you know, worn pretty much around the neck. Or people are taking scarves now and wearing them around their hats, their baseball caps. That's a cool way to style it as well. And then also maybe you just have the scarf and you're using it to cover up, like in church where they have the scarves to cover up the shorter skirts. You can use it for that as well. Yes, I did get my scarves from Amazon. They're the 36-inch scarves, and if you want to be able to use a 36-inch printer, you have to get a scarf that is like 35 inches or maybe even a little less than that, because you will not be able to print edge to edge on a 36-inch printer. So that was the issue I ran into. So I had to use my 44-inch printer in order to do the 36-inch scarves. Or you have to do a little bit of slight tiling, because the image won't be quite large enough to give you a full bleed off to the edge. All right, now I'm gonna leave this one alone. Save it as is. It does have a little dark right here, but that's because it's showing the fold of the scarf, which is meant to make it look realistic. So I'm gonna leave it alone. I think this is good enough for my proof for my website. And then I'm gonna go on to the next product. And then now that I have all my elements, I can close out of my 355 master. I'll upload that 355 master for you all as well. All right, but let's go ahead and go through our products right now. Went through the scarf. Five-fold program. We can go to the outside design. And of course, this is editable. You can go in here and change the text. We also have the template from this week's class for Photoshop where you can use those edited designs as well, because we use different fonts and different text. But you can go into this text box and edit the text in here as well. But the whole idea is that you get a quick mock-up that's pretty much ready to present to your customers. I'm going to increase the size of this foreground design since we have a little space here. All right, and all of my text is in a text safe area. All right, saving that. Now I have to do, ooh, that looks good. The inside of the program, which isn't really showing in the mockup, that does have a part of the mockup that does show it, but I just want to double check the inside here. Ooh, now I just thought about it. Okay, so that's the outside, inside. Remember when I told y'all about these little pieces we could add here? Let's go back. Let's take our accent 0, hold down shift, and also get the accent 2. Right click, duplicate those layers, send them on over to the inside design. Then we're going to drop them on top of that text. And I'm just going to go ahead and center them so I can make sure that they're the same size. They take up about the area I want them to take up. This is looking good, y'all. I didn't even intend to do this part today. Oh. But since we have it, ooh, I want to change them at the same rate. There we go. Only thing is, when you add these kind of accent elements, you also need to be sure that your text falls short of this area. Otherwise, you're going to have a problem. Oops. On the wrong part, want to be on the text. I'm going to take off auto select while I'm on this part. So this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to leave this alone because I don't want to assume that you're going to use elements here. However, if you're going to use these elements here, when you do your text, you must make sure, like for instance, this text here, you will have to make sure that you have nothing in this area that will get cut off. So potentially you'll have to just move all of this up. Excuse me. All right. Like I said, I'm going to leave it alone. You can also put photo here. I think one of the versions that we had her kind of popping out from the flowers in the center of the flowers there. We could absolutely add that as well. Let's go ahead and at least put her photo in there. And that is her photo, photo 1. I'm going to duplicate it and put it onto the bifold inside. And that's just something simple, placeholder. But if you were doing, let's say, a collage, and that's one of the projects you all are going to work on in Photoshop is creating a collage image. That's why we're going to create all the versions of our model that we need and show you how to do that. So that we can practice doing a collage method as well. But this looks great as is, as a simplified program, y'all. I don't want you to get too crazy with it when basically the Automizer is going to automatically design this just like this. I'm adding these things to it as we speak. So now I can do Control S, Control W, check out there. And then if we want to see the open outside and the open inside, can turn this one off And this way we can tell what it looks like outside and inside. Okay, so you have that option too. And because this is a memorial product, it may even be more important to see this than it is to just see the cover. So this one to me it presents better as far as showing off as a product image that will be on my product catalog, but to showcase for the client, I would activate the front and back so I could show them the mock-up of this one. So I would probably do this one just as a secondary image. So if you ever want to do an image that you don't plan on running through the Automizer, for instance, like this one, I could take this one here and I could just simply do save a copy. Or you can also export, and then quick export as PNG is the quickest way to do it. And then just go ahead and save. And I'm just going to put Alt. So I know this isn't my image that's going to go on my Shopify store, but this is my alternate version that I may send to the customer so that they can take a look at what the open outside and the open inside look like. But as far as for my Shopify store, I'm going to be showing this one. All right, so I'm going to save this and close out here. Go to my next product. And I can pretty much tell you the buttons. They just are what they are. I keep the image a little bit smaller because sometimes I do the 2.5 versus the 3-inch buttons. You can probably go a little bit bigger with this design. But you don't want your text to get too close to the edges of the circles because it can get cut off. So I'm just going to be a little safe here. You know, normally I like to go big or go home. This time I'm going to be safe so I won't be working from home longer than I have to. Because if I have to redo a project just because I wanted my image to be bigger, then I'm kind of shooting myself in the foot. All right, so this one looks good. I'm going to leave that alone. You got your fan, and all I'm doing now is just checking on them. The fan should be fine. It's just foreground and background. The fan is fine, ready to go. All right, the pillow should be fine. It's just foreground and background, ready to go. If it was something special that maybe I wanted to put that poem on the back, or your wings are ready, my heart was not. If I wanted to put that on the back of the pillow, now I can come back over here and take that back design that we created. Turn my auto select back on. Grabbing that one, foreground back, duplicate that layer, put it on my pillow. Oops, not the mock-up. I have to put it on my design. So for the back design, it might already be on there too. It sure is. The foreground back is already on there. So I turn off the diploma, put on my foreground back. This one already has a lightened version of the opacity, but I could turn it up as well. Let me do the full opacity here. The fill is on 39, so I need to crank that all the way up. And now I can see what my pillow looks like front and back. More than likely, you're probably just doing the front design for the pillow. But if you needed to show front and back, you can turn the back design on here and show the smaller version where it has the pillow front and back. Maybe I'll leave that one on for this version. Looks good, y'all. All right, and again, we just go on through our products. Right here, I can see this is foreground, background for the bookmark. That looks pretty good, but I feel like something is going on with this text. So I'm gonna go to my artwork. The text has a stroke. and an outer glow on it. I'm just taking the strokes off, leaving the outer glow. And then it's got that poem on there, y'all. It's ready to go. Control S, Control W. Do you see how the Automizer just pretty much pre-thinks the majority of the placement and work for you? Now, if you want to be extra and you want to add stuff to different products that wasn't on the previous product, be my guest. But if you're going to do that, it should come from your elements designs, because you already have those ready. If you're doing stuff other than what's on your elements, then I'm probably letting you know that you're doing too much. Okay. And I'm saying that from the loving heart of someone who frequently does too much. All right. So blanket looks good. I didn't even have to change anything there. I can just close out. Let's see. Tapestry blanket looks good. Don't have to change anything there. Just use a foreground background, y'all. Foreground background. Pendant looks good. Foreground background. I'm ready to close out. I'm ready to go. Let's have the wind spinner looks. Foreground background. Now, if you feel like for this one, the foreground, and you could turn this on just to kind of see what's going on. The foreground is a little small because you feel like this taller 13x19 style design is just doing a little too much. You can just put the photo there, or, you know, rebuild it with the wreath in the photo. What I don't want you to do is just, you know, get too complicated with this before someone even offers to buy it. So I'm going to disable that layer mask, leave it just as is. I'm gonna say no to saving any changes. This is fine for me as my mock-up product that I would offer to someone. If they say, hey, can you just put the photo and none of the words? Then when I send them that mock-up, it would just have the photo, none of the words, and that image would look bigger on that wind chime. All right, let's check out the tumbler. Tumbler looks good. Tumbler looks real good. Leave it alone. Casket insert. This is the one I said needed some work. Let's go into it. Why does this need work? This is a long image, right? So we can't just bust up there and put, or you can. You could put your foreground image in there and, you know, work with that. But I feel like we might as well use this accent one here, kind of rebuild like we did for the tie. Make it look good. Duplicate it. Put one on top of the photo and this one behind the photo. Let's take both of the accent ones and let's link them so they stay together. And we'll do a layer mask on the front layer. Grab our brush here. Make sure black is selected. We have a soft round brush here. We're going to paint black over the leaves so that it get rid of the leaves that are on her face. And then if you see here, the leaves that were still underneath her are there, okay? So we're preserving what's behind her by painting away some of the details that we don't want on top of her face. All right, so now we can take those. I'm just gonna make it a little quick group so that I can move them together if I need to. Take off auto select, and I'm moving them together. Now, because accent one and accent one are linked, if I pull one down, it's going to pull the other one down as well. There we go. That looks beautiful. Now I get to decide, do I want the In Loving Memory arch version, the straight version, text 4 and 5 here as first and last name. Now this is where I'm using my individual pieces, so I'm going to line these up centered. Give a little more space to this Carter. And this is something depending on the name. This is called a drop text here because this J goes a lot lower than the rest of the line here. So I can make Carter fit inside of here and go to the right of the J. But what I'm thinking of is I'm actually thinking of when I design this for every other name, what is common? Well, what's common is that the top first name and the bottom last name are going to be centered. And then if you have some overlapping letters, then you would go into those individual elements and maybe give them a little more space. Or for instance, in this case, I might put Carter on top of the Jasmine just so that I don't lose the legibility of that name there. All right, and then you may want to put your dates on there. The dates are not already on here, so we can go back to our elements page here, and the dates are line number 3, which is on the bottom, so that's text 6. I can duplicate that, tell it to put it on the panel insert. And now any other time I do this panel design, because I've implemented this as part of my Automizer template, now this is going to pull in those details every time I flip that in the template, in the master template. All right, I'm gonna put this on, make sure none of my text is anywhere it's going to get cut off. This looks good. Now my in love and memory of, that text is getting blocked a little bit by this darker color here. So in this case, I either need to adjust, and I could just adjust the background here. That makes it simple. I'll do that. Looks good. Simple was easy. Oh, let me go back to that one because I want to show you how you can align different elements. So let's say in loving memory of, keep that group together. So Carter, Jasmine, the arch in love and memory of, and the date. I'm going to put all of these in the same area. Multiple select them. Use the center tool here and see how it nudged it over a little bit. So one of those was not centered. And I believe it was the words in loving memory. So that was probably the culprit. I'm just inching it over a little bit here. Still being aware that none of my text is over in this hot zone. So I'm good. Now, depending on what size you're printing your panel insert, make sure that you are aware of where your print safe zones are for that particular panel. This one's a 32 by 15. So it's 32 inches wide, 15 inches tall. All right, I'm gonna save that, close out. Then that looks so much better. Now what I can do here too, I want the gold for the finishes. So I'm gonna turn my gold on here. And then for the casket color is on that gray. But I can double click on that gray and change it to any color that I want here. Now, I just like to be a little careful because normally what I do is I make my Automizer, I usually use a gray casket with silver accents. That way, no matter what the person's image is that I'm changing, I don't forget this. But because this is memorial, this is the one time to change the colors and make it what they're actually going to be getting. If they're going to have a blue casket or a pearl casket, or of course, any color that they can order, you can get the hex code color for, or the PMS color code for that from the supplier, more than likely. Otherwise, just get a picture from the supplier, pull that picture into this, use your eyedropper tool, grab the color, and then recolor this casket. Rather than trying to put a picture of their casket in here, don't try to do all of that extra. Just change the color of it. It may not be the same hardware and everything, but they get the idea. This is a mock-up. If you want to actually mock up the casket that they're getting, then you pull that into AI. You say, hey, here is my panel design. put this panel design in the place of the panel of this this casket. So then that way you're not doing too much mocking up just for you know, a single customer. But I'll leave this one like this. Let's close out. And then the grave blanket here. Now, the same way you design the grave blanket is how you design pretty much your casket cover as well. That's, excuse me, that is what we're going to be designing a mock-up for this week in Photoshop. So I'm not going to show that tonight, but essentially you'll be designing this same exact way. So if you don't want the QR code, for instance, on here, you can take that off. You can put a collage of photos down here, which is frequently what's done for the casket wraps and grave blankets. You can also put your poem down here. So let's say we want to go with the poem. Or whether your wings was ready, my heart was not. Got to make sure I'm clicking on it. Foreground back. Duplicate that layer, put it onto the banner. And instead of the QR code, it's got that. Now, I am going to show you a little bonus move. We are not doing this completely today because we are going to do a collage class where I just show y'all my collage techniques. But I'm going to take these extra 3 images here, duplicate those layers and put them onto that banner. And I'm going to go ahead and just put them all centered in the middle so I can resize them together. Did not mean to move my guideline. All right, and then I can put my words in front. Oh, I don't have auto select on. Boom, boom, boom. And I'm not being so exact with this, but you get my point here. That we can kind of collage this out. We can include text with the collage, or we can just do the collage here. I'm going to Control T and mirror image this one since it doesn't have any words on our shirt. I think that's fine. All right. So y'all know I could play with this all day, but I'm not gonna. Now I do see these arms are missing here when I flipped her. So that is going to mean that I have to hide this right here. Either that or I have to make up some arms on using the AI inside of Photoshop, and I don't feel like doing all that. But that's what collages are for. All right, and I could do that a little bit better, like I said, but I just want to give y'all an idea that there are some reasons too. Maybe how is it cut off? Is it just, I think it's just tucked. It ain't cut off. I'd rather have her down there. I thought it was cut off. It's just kind of bit in, or at least that's what I'm telling myself, because I liked it better this way. There we go. All right, so then I'm gonna save that. So that is literally how you would edit and still maintain, like everything here is still linked to my elements page. So there was nothing that I added. There was nothing that I needed that I didn't already create. And that's because we did the prep work in the beginning, right? Make your prep work your best work. That's what my dad used to say to me. All right, so now that we have this done, I would say I might want to add a little glow to this. Or we can do the process I showed you before, where you just create a brand new layer, take your brush tool, make sure your brush is large enough, take the white, which is the default white, all 6 Fs. Okay, stamp it right in the middle of the page there. Right click, turn that into a smart object. And then once it's a smart object, you can stretch it out, move it, so forth. All right, and I want this to be, yeah, I just want to be over the background. All right, and I'm just stretching it out a little bit so it gives a little more of that glow that I want. And let's do Control A, make sure that all of this is centered. I think I moved my guideline so it was no longer centered. Now it is. All right, so let's save that. Take a look at my mock-up here. And boom, doesn't that look beautiful? All right, Control S, Control W. Now this is the part of the Automizer that is one of the major points of magic. I'm gonna go ahead and close out of this one, save it. I think that's the last product that I have on here. Okay. So these are all the products that I want to put into my Shopify store, including the scarf and all that stuff. Now what I want to do, I want to save what I'm working on here. Okay. And then I'm going to go to File, Automate, Batch. Now you have to watch the how-to video on how to install the Automizer. That's a whole video in and of itself. I'm not going to go over that right now. I've recorded that video over and over and over again. But how you install the Automizer, how you install the actions, all of those steps that are required before you even get started with the Automizer, those steps are pre-recorded. What I'm about to show you is how you're going to instantly get your PNGs for all of your printables and your PNGs for all of your mockups. Okay. Make sure, you know what? Well, I guess I'm gonna have to show you this part because I have to install my Automizer on this one. I think when it updated my Photoshop, I don't have it there. So, Automizer action, just double click on it. There it goes. There's some things that you have to change inside your preferences. Please watch the instructional video to set up your preferences correctly. I think mine is already set up, so I'm not even going to be able to show you that step unless I unset up mine. So like I said, I'm just going to show you this automation where it's going to make your PNGs of your individual elements, your PNGs of your printable files, and your PNGs of your mockups that you're going to use for your collection images and for your Shopify store. So here I'm going to go automate and batch from the file menu. You see how it says set is Automizer up here now? I'm going to make sure that I'm using the Automizer to PNG. And the source is going to be a folder. I'm going to choose the folder. The folder is always going to be the folder in which you are immediately working in. So I'm going to go to my 355 Memorial Collection. Go inside of that folder, go double click on the links folder, and it's going to pull everything that's in that links folder and make a PNG of it. So I'm going to select that folder. And then my destination folder is always going to be my hold PNG. And I'm just going to test and make sure I don't have anything in my whole PNG folder, which I do. Now, see all of this good stuff that I have in my whole PNG folder? Shouldn't be there. I'm going to sort by name. These look like all of the mock-ups from the 125 of the Automizer. So I'm going to take all of these pieces here. It's still sorting. Okay, there you go. So should I put all my folders in one place? Now all of my individual files. So I'm going to take all of these. These are all 125. Control X. All right, and I think these are already been here, but I replace the files in the destination. All right, so in my whole PNG folder, you're never supposed to have any of those images floating in there like I just did, because my rule of thumb is every time I create the PNGs for a project, I put them in its own folder, which you see I forgot to do that last time, okay? So this is what I'm gonna do. You'll see it's gonna go to the whole PNG folder, everything that we're making right now. I'm just gonna hit okay. And we're gonna peek in on that folder. See how it's making my elements right now? And this is just basically a cheat sheet where it's making my elements. If I ever have to come back and almost recreate the design, but let's say I can't find the template, or I messed up the template by basically saving over it, this gives you like a backup plan. It's going to give you all of the PNG elements from your element board, but it's also going to give you the mockup files for each of the products that we have in this collection, not the whole Automizer, but just the collection, because we packaged it. And then it will also give you the printable files. Now, if the file says the word preview after it, then you have to do what I told you to do with the tie. You have to go into that particular product, change the pixels. So the DPI, or the pixels per inch, the PPI, have to change that to 150, sometimes even 300 if you're doing some projects where you want to be 300 pixels per inch. Save that particular file as a PNG, and then change it back to the preview pixel size, which is usually a tenth of the size, or like 15 pixels or 30 pixels. That way you're not having a very heavy, overweighted Automizer set file. All right, and that's the reason why this can design 180 something products, and it's still a very large, I can't even say file, because it's not just one file, it's a set of files. It is a system. So this Automizer system is going to work for you, but you also have to know how it works for your system and doesn't weigh down your resources too much. Right, so it's almost done creating the elements. Now you'll see it's starting to make the mock-ups for you. These mock-ups are ready to go on Instagram. These mock-ups are ready to go on your Shopify store. Right? These mock-ups are ready for us, which is what we're doing this next week in class, ready for us to create collection images. And that is the end of the Automizer. So not only does it create your compilation of your design, like your layouts and your setups, and the way that you would pull individual elements in to create each of these types of products, but it also creates the mock-ups for those products. And it doesn't just make a mock-up so that when somebody says, yeah, I want that design, then you got to go run and try to recreate that design from what you mocked up. No, it creates a design file simultaneously creating the mock-up file. So one is of the same. If you change the mock-up, it changes the printable file. If you change the printable file, it changes the mock-up. So this becomes a complete system that makes your life so much easier. Okay. And I think everyone here already purchased the Automizer, but it is, and I got to go back and change the price because today is drop day. So the price goes to $497. I'm changing that after we're done with this class. So if anybody's still, and $497 is still a sales price, just to let y'all know. It's 184 products in this thing. I have taken my time to make sure that each of the products will design and look like they need to, all 187 products with this template design. And I showed you all tonight how to take any template design and apply it to the Automizer, but also what to look for when it comes to, okay, what do I need to make adjustments for? What do I maybe need to make some additional pieces for? For instance, if you're going to do apparel, which is like if you're going to do jeans, and I know that I was asked to do jeans a lot, or jean jackets, and you want to showcase it with the vertical text going up and down the legs or up and down the sleeves, then you can do those products and you already have your vertical pieces created from right here. Okay. This is basically anticipating everything that you need to do each variation of a product that you want to do. All right. That's the Automizer. That's the time saver. That's the system. That is the, maybe say, genius that is behind the Automizer. The whole point is that you are already a creative genius. I want you to save your energy so that you could set this thing up one time, design one t-shirt, and the elements that you design from that one t-shirt design, you should be able to use all of those elements, propagate those elements to any product that you could want to create. And that's it. Okay. All right. If you're on the fence about the Automizer, I don't know why, but this is a tool that will essentially help you get through creating collections. And that is the reason why I use it. So if I have, let's say, 40 different products that I offer for Memorial, and I want to tell you all this is part of the strategy session for tonight. I don't do a collection for every client. What I do is I do a collection that I'm going to sell on my website, and I may do 2 different collections. Like I may show it in a blue for the guys, and I might show it in a pink for the girls, but I don't do every single client with the collection. If I do that, it's unnecessary. I have 50 products that I can, or 40 products that I possibly offer for Memorial. I'm going to put those 40 products in my collection. Then what I'll do is I will create a smaller collection for my clients. So then I would take this one, save it. So this is my Memorial collection. Now I can do a save as. And instead of this being the Memorial collection, now I might call this is the, oops. Oh, I have my caps lock on. Okay. Oh, maybe I didn't. Okay. So now let's just Jasmine. And let's say for my Jasmine project, I'm not creating all of these products. The family specifically asked me for a t-shirt. That's it, right? So what am I going to show them? I'll probably show them my t-shirts here. I'll show them my program. Like right now, I'm interested in what is either the family going to immediately buy? What is the funeral home going to immediately buy? I probably would take out the neckties, even the scarf. Rosaries might work, but rosaries sometimes are a little specific. So I'll take that out. The buttons, yes. The fan, yes. The pillow, yes. The bookmarks, either the bookmarks or the prayer cards could be staple items. The blanket, I'll keep a blanket on there. Let's do the pendant. Maybe the pendant. Possibly That's not even as popular. The wind spinner isn't as popular. The tumblers, believe it or not, are not as popular. The casket insert would be for the funeral home, so maybe I'll keep that one. And then the gray blanket is usually the family that wants that, but the funeral home usually sells it to them. So those are my limited products now. So now this is not my memorial collection anymore. This is my jasmine. That's my jasmine package. Right. So now when I want to create my PNGs from this, it will only create the PNGs that's in here. So it won't do the wind spinner and all the other things because I don't plan on showing Jasmine that stuff. I just created a collection for my page. So it has the bulk of the products, not the bulk, but all of the products that I will possibly sell are in that collection. This should be completed by now. Yes. So this is in my whole PNG folder. These are ready to print files. The Tumblr files ready to print. This program is ready to print. That 13 by 19 shirt design is ready to print. DTF design ready to print. Now the ones that say preview, like the blanket, don't think that that's ready to print. You have to go, like for that blanket, now I have to find the blanket, go back to the preview file because this is a preview file. Why? If I go to image size, I'll see it's only 15 pixels per inch. I bring it up to 150 pixels per inch. I say, okay, I don't save it like this as a PSB, as my overarching file. I go to File, Export, Quick Export as PNG. And now I'll put the word print after it. This is no longer a preview, it's the print. Then I go back. And as a matter of fact, all I have to do is close out of this and say no to save the changes. If I made some changes, then what I would do is go back to my image size. If I just happen to make some changes, go back to image size and make sure that my resolution is 15 and not 150. Once I change my resolution back to 15 instead of 150, then I can close out save and I have preserved the file size that I need to preserve for this mockup and for this whole Automizer system. But when I get ready to print, see, that's my preview. My printable is here. So I'll take that and I can put it here. So my 50 by 60 blanket is not a preview. Now it is a print. If you don't put the word print at the end and you see that it's a large format, it may confuse you because the word print is not on the end of anything else. Only the word preview is. So if it doesn't have the word print at the end, it means it is a printable. Okay. But if it has the word preview at the end, it means that you need to go into that file, increase the pixels per inch, do a temporary, just like we did an export as PNG of that increased file size, and then put the word print afterwards so that basically you can see the difference between the printable file and the preview file. And that's it. So you do the same thing if you're doing banners and backdrops. The all over shirt is already at printable size, but that's the biggest file that is at printable size. Everything else, like your tall banners, wide banners, anything that's over basically 24 inches probably has the word preview after it. Like even the necktie. The necktie is a preview. If you want the printable version of the necktie, do exactly the same steps I just showed you for the blanket. And that's it. That's all, loves. That has been about 4.25 hours of your day. Let me know, was this helpful? Did this give you some perspective? Does this make you feel a little more comfortable with working with the Automizer? I did go a lot more in depth on the design side and the prepping side. I hope that was helpful. The actual tutorial for the Automizer itself, it has a list where you go through 1 through 5 videos, like in order, and it shows you how to set up the Automizer, how to install the things, how to change the settings on your Photoshop so that you can do all of the steps that we did. So that stuff is included on the back end already. All right, so what I'm doing now, I'm going to clean this up, save this up. I will have this uploaded by midnight tonight because I am going to need to clean this up after we talked just now, just to make sure that any adjustments I made tonight, I make to the main file. Is there anything else y'all have a question about before I let you go? Y'all quiet, either y'all thinking or y'all hungry or tired or what? And at this time, I'm gonna go ahead and give y'all a break. I don't see any questions or anything in the chat. This was a masterclass. It absolutely was. I enjoy doing this. I can probably do this once a month or so. If you all are really serious about the projects that we're doing, I love doing this in terms of demonstrating how it can help you save time and be a really cool resource for you. I just want to make sure that it's useful, it's beneficial, and you all are that you want this resource, that you want it done for you, you want it demonstrated for you, and that you're going to take it to the next level. Because I know you will, because this isn't even the beginning. All right. Now, if I do decide I'm thinking of taking this and flipping it to a different design, if I do that, I'll make just a short video of me doing that. I don't know if I'll pre-record it or do it live. I'll let you know. If I do it live, I will definitely let my Craft to Quit crew know. If I don't do it live, then I will give you access to the pre-recorded version of it, okay? But usually I flip it just for the sake of me knowing that things are going to work and I see a different version of it. All right. So that's it for tonight, my loves. I appreciate you and I love you dearly. And until next time, my Crystal print files are. Yeah, Crystal, that pillow. That's exactly what I mean. Okay, do y'all see this? It says the size of the file. So that pillow, where's that pillow? No, that's the shirt. Where's the pillow? 19 by 19 pillow. Boom, right there. You open it up and you hit file print. File print. That's the beauty of the Automizer, baby. That pillow ready to print. Okay. That is the whole purpose. That is why I invented it for y'all. Now this scarf, it looks pretty. It's the 36 by 36 ratio, but if you zoom in, this isn't going to be your printable file. Now you can print it. Some people be okay with that, but it's grainy. Why? Because it's at 15 pixels per inch. So those ones that say preview it in, make certain that you go to the original Automizer file and make the printable version of it, okay? The reason why I did that, because I was going to have to, and I still do have to make a separate Automizer just for like the large format, super size, event stuff. But some of the printable things like the garments are oversized, like the banners are oversized, but I want to keep them inside the Automizer to give you all a way to automate those graphics. Okay, and I will create an event design mode for this as part of the design experience as well. But I said I wasn't going to include that in the Automizer because it's a separate file. But we'll see. I might do it as a bonus file to those that purchase the Automizer. We'll see. Okay, but that's it. Yes, this, if it says preview at the end, is not printable. If it doesn't say preview at the end, it's a printable file. Okay, that's it, loves. I appreciate you and I love you so dearly. Y'all have a good night. Go ahead and get you something to eat. Go check on your kiddos, your grannies, your uncles and aunts, because they've been neglected for the past 4 hours, and tell them I love them too. Okay. All right, y'all. Good night. Bye.